Yeah.
Another question I had was how character sheet dependent is this session going to be, do you think? Heavy?
Honestly, that is going to depend on you two, on everyone in this session, because there's a couple of things that could happen, depending, because Gio had approached me with the idea of possibility of like sparring for people, and also given two members of our party.
Hey.
What?
Yeah. All right. Well, because I was in the middle. I've been trying to reclass Ned, but I will just use my old character sheet if I can't get it done by the time it calls for it.
Jason, you will have approximately maybe an hour or possibly more of just shit that I need to handle before we move anywhere big, because
Okay.
I need to deal with all of you and your individual recollections of how you got to where you are now before I can actually move you guys into the council chamber.
Then I would probably say save mine for last because I
Considering
think
how much shit I have to do for you, Javen, you're going last.
Dude said, "Bitch, bet."
I'm making the deals with the dad. I don't know what you want.
Alone required you to go last.
All right, cool. Well, if that's the case, if you want to go ahead and start the session, I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself. I'll dip in and out. I'll put when I'm not there in the chat. I'm gonna get myself some scotch, and I'm gonna focus on my character sheet.
Sounds awesome.
Epic. All right. Good luck, guys.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to Star Wars Vergence. And dear God, I don't need another Dark Trooper in the campaign. Can we not drop Biggs from orbit, please?
Yeah.
Biggs, yes, drop Biggs from orbit.
No, you are necessary to my survival.
If we're being honest, Biggs, you would not survive re-entry.
All right, so up lower atmosphere.
Hang on, I'm gonna look up the melting point of Durasteel real fast. Oh look.
I mean, you get low enough, and you're not gonna hit the heat.
Drop
whatever.
from a plane.
Yeah, just drop from a high altitude, but not like.
Yeah, but it depends how big an explosion you want to cause and how much damage you're rated for. Which
No explosion.
I mean, quite a bit, but
yes, but think
that kind of damage. Yes, very much the Robert Downey Jr. version. All right. In any case, last week or last session got a little weird because we introduced a new character, Date Shingen, hero of the Battle of Shingen. No, it was the Battle of Kenshin. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Things get similar, and I just brainwave. And introducing that character led us to a weird point because we also got to the point of the sacking of Coruscant. Timeline-wise, this was a problem because in order for the Father to reach his goals, he needs the Jedi Council to survive. In roles that I made off screen, they didn't. So I had to pull some bullshit, which is why we are where we are now. A godlike being has a goal in the Force that was not met. And as such, he pulled a group of characters through the world between worlds forcefully. Like, you guys didn't get to walk through it. You just basically got portal in, portal out, you're done. Which has created all sorts of conflicts, like the conflicting memories that you now deal with. So we're going to start. Actually, I'm going to exempt Javen from this, but I would like everyone to roll a d6. And we're going to go in that order. highest roll will be last.
Don't we also need to roll for destiny as well?
We will.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Do you want to just roll, or just like
I'd
do
like
it?
us to use the dice roller.
You said a
Okay.
D6, right?
A D6,
D6.
please.
So you hit the little thing.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm like, I couldn't remember.
All right, so we're gonna have.
My
Looks
God.
like we're gonna have a lot of roll-offs because I got 2 4s and 3 5s.
Oh no! Oh me. Why did it log me
All
out?
right, everyone who rolled a 5, you're now gonna roll a D8. Everyone
Give
who
Kate a
rolled a
minute.
4,
Hold on, I have to
That's
log
a-
back in because
That's it. Give
apparently
Kate
it
a
just
minute. She
logged
logged
me
out.
you're totally good. For those of us that did roll a 5, which is gonna be Kate, Geo,
Rawr.
Jules, you're gonna roll a D8. That's a lot of D8s, Geo. Good job.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm being a real fucking goofball today.
It's okay.
I would use a different word, but hey.
Thomas
Mhm.
and Ed, you're gonna roll a D4.
Cedric, if you want to take that first result, that's fine. I essentially rolled a 1.
You know what? Let's call it that. I'll take
Yeah.
the 1.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that.
So, Pratt, you're gonna go first. I realize that kind of puts you on the spot, Thomas. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine.
And Ed, you're gonna go after them.
Oh,
Your story doesn't really change much, but we're gonna deal with this as the dice go. Kate, have you gotten back to the dice roller?
No, because I'm trying to remember how I logged into this dice roller, which is being the bane of my existence right now. So
Understood.
give me just a second.
Okay.
Let me see if this was it.
While that is going on, Thomas,
Uh-huh.
how is cracked?
Well, you said that we start off immediately from where I was standing in front of the council chamber, right? Or are we changing that?
You are starting pretty much stunted directly back to where you started the campaign.
Okay.
So how would that affect Pratt?
So it'd be a bit disorienting, I'm sure, but again, he's not really, he's kind of used to force things not really making sense to him, so whatever. And as he gets placed, I actually spent like this entire time, like I said last week, I was like, God, like I don't know what to do with Krat. I don't know what he would do. But then it hit me again, like it did the first time I was having trouble with him, and it's like, I don't have to think about shit. That's the whole point. Like, it's just like he wouldn't think about it, so just whatever. So he's going to, like I said last time, he's going to just, as soon as he's back in his body, as soon as he realizes what's going on and where he is, he's just going to kick open the council door.
Beautiful.
And
Okay.
then slowly walk into the center of the council room.
All right. That is perfectly understandable. That does give us a great point, but we're gonna backtrack a little bit because for Krat, how would Krat deal with having 2 sets of memories?
Well, because I understand how for a lot of people, or for like most of the party, the memories would be different, but how would Kratz be different?
Well, so in order to send you back, he has to find a way for you, Krat, who is in this moment, to exist in the timeline. What would have made Krat fall to the dark side while he was still at the temple?
Let's see. I think the best way to go about, because I really do think that Krat's story here is gonna be the simplest next to Biggs, because I think that it would be as simple as like Krat was meditating and he just realized, like, wait a minute, like, not necessarily like light and dark side, but maybe he was sent on a mission, and the Jedi Council just kind of told him, maybe the Jedi sent him to go kill someone, and he was like, no, like, I'm not gonna do that. And then so he just like blatantly denies orders, and then just starts questioning the council himself, and maybe like discussing, since he does know everyone else, or at least like he knows like Ned and Zeta. So he would like maybe like talk to them briefly about it and just be like, are they good, do you think? Like, are they cool? And so I think maybe like
Mhm.
because because the reason Krat was falling so far down the dark side was mostly dice rolls. So
Yeah.
I think that the dice rolls would be the same, except just with like maybe not as intense, like maybe not as often. Like, it was just over the course of like a year or two, like, because it all happened in the course of several months, or however long the past timeline was.
Mhm.
But like, I think that this probably like the same roles happen, but just kind of spread out over the course of like his last few missions. To where he's just like, I'm not really entirely sure about these guys anymore, and I don't really like them. Like, and I think I can do a better job, and I can make it, uh, I can make this order better if these idiots are just out of the seat.
Totally understandable. So with Krat going into the chamber, that's going to give everyone a little bit of knowledge. The council that you are used to
Hmm.
does not exist anymore. There are different people on the council. Some of the faces might be familiar, but the one point of contact that you have consistently had, the Grand Mistress Isis Zalbar, each of you will have, or those of you who have met her, have a memory of her dying on an Outer Rim siege of Christophsis. So you do not know who is heading the council currently. You know that there have been whispers about who's going to replace them, but your the person that you expected when you walked back in here to be leading the council is no longer there, and your memories confirm this.
Hmm.
That's going to lead us to Biggs. Biggs.
Yes.
You have the very odd experience of knowing you are a droid.
Hmm.
You know this deep into your circuits.
Hmm.
You understand that the Force should not affect you, except in a physical manner.
Hmm.
And yet,
Hmm.
you have been forcefully shunted through a Force portal, and your hard drive didn't get reformatted, but suddenly had a whole lot more data.
Data is full, performance is lacking. Need
The
to find
problem,
external hard drive.
the problem you feel like isn't a problem of storage, it's a problem of timestamps. Because some of your memories overlap and the timestamps fit, but there are significant deviations where timestamps don't match up, but timelines do. They both follow in logical progressions, but
Mhm.
they're not the same. And reconciling those is going to take time. You can recompile and make sure that everything does make sense, but for the moment, it's not comfortable. You still remember being made on the Sith planet of Korriban. You still remember your maker, who I have dubbed Dolly Craxus, a
Yeah.
tiny wall hamster person who cackled as they made you a la Frankenstein. And
Okay.
you remember that currently your focus is to guard one Naz Toll.
Yes.
Other than that, it doesn't feel like much has changed. But for Biggs, what would you be feeling as you recognize the pathway that's led you here? You successfully infiltrated the Jedi Order alongside Naz.
I was thinking about this, and I feel like with um with having the two sets of data, because for Biggs, it's a little bit different for everyone. It's like they've got their memories, brains are weird. They're not memory is kind of a little bit of a fluid concept to them. But droids, it's mechanical. I can just download a certain memory and bring it up, analyze it, and just have it right there in front of me. So I feel like having the two sets of like I know that this information is me, and I know that this information is me. So I kind of take a moment to kind of like figure out which me is current, I guess. Like where am I? What timeline should I be acting upon?
Mm-hmm.
And then I archive the other one. Kind of like just put it in like a zip folder in another. And so I just kind of like I don't know. am standing there wherever I guess outside the council chamber or whatever, and I see this thing just like burst down the door.
Yeah. You see this thing that you got Krat's name, but you don't really know Krat well, and you just watch Krat kick down the council door, a la like Jack Black in a rock concert.
Mm-hmm.
And
immediately I just go into threat assessment mode.
Okay. So like the red filters come over your vision and you're just like studying the angles, making sure that nothing's coming towards you.
I'm making sure that if there is a threat that it's not to me or to Naz.
Very good. All right. That brings us to Date.
Oh my.
Well, Date, you basically have a very weird storyline to this point because you met the people you were searching for. They had some hangers on. And now you're in a completely separate world. Or at least your brain is telling you you're in a separate world. It looks exactly like Coruscant. It feels like it's real, but you're wearing Jedi Knight robes and you haven't worn those in months. And how would this affect Date?
So I imagine that jumping into the time stream was very much a blink and suddenly there kind of moment. Still processing all the information that kind of came along with that. I kind of blink my eyes a little bit. I rub the parts of my nose to just kind of try to relax my body a little bit, and I look down and I see Jedi robes. And correction, Cedric, I haven't worn Jedi robes in years, not months. I kind of look down at that and I kind of turn my hand over. I kind of look at my robes a little bit and not necessarily concerned, but I look at them with puzzlement and wondering what happened, what exactly has changed to put me back in something that I vehemently disagree with.
I think because you supplied me with a little bit more detail, you get these memories, and your memories specifically diverge the Battle of Shingen. Because in this iteration, when you fought the Battle of Shingen, or sorry, the Battle of Kenshin, I'm gonna get those confused multiple times.
I
I apologize.
apologize. It wasn't meant to be that difficult.
It's just my brain. It's just my
No,
brain.
you're good. You're good, man.
This time when you fought the Battle of Kenshin, and this is the first time you remember this, you had an apprentice.
I thinking back to that battle several years ago, and realizing that I now have a I now have someone that is my charge, someone who is my responsibility. I kind of look up and I what are my current surroundings?
You are surrounded by the other 5 people with whom this time jump happened. There are a couple of Jedi Sentinels, and the door leading into what you recognize as the Council Chamber on the Coruscant Temple.
I kind of blink my eyes a little bit. The hallway leading into the council room's a little bright. Um, is there anybody I don't recognize?
I mean, arguably, you shouldn't recognize the Sentinels because they're masked, and no one knows exactly who they are, and so they've been elevated. Um, there isn't much traffic besides a couple of mouse droids doing cleaning duties, maybe a misting droid going around and spraying the plants. No, um, there shouldn't be anyone you recognize at this moment besides the people around you.
Okay, my brain slowly begins to process the fact that this may no longer be even the same world that or the same universe that we just left, meaning that whatever divergence or whatever sort of collisions in space-time may have happened means that there are parts of my history that even I don't know. And I take a minute to breathe. I relax I try to relax my shoulders as much as possible. And I kind of look to the rest of the group and then look to the door, and I see Krat has already pushed the door open. And I recognize, oh crap, that is Krat. This is real. And not necessarily like speed walk, but begin to very cautiously move into the council chamber.
Beautiful. That is going to bring us to Zeta.
Hello.
Hi, Zeta. So, Zeta, you, along with everyone here, is force warped into this new timeline. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you were pretty intensely interrogating Naz before the father appeared.
Yeah. Forgot about that.
And now the person you were interrogating is in your memory. Not hugely, but yes, Gio, that's it. Anyway, they're in your memory, and it's a little bit concerning to you because in this memory, they're Sith. They're defectors, sure, but they are ex Sith Empire. That for Zeta, that's a little hard to swallow, especially given your Seeker roots. How would Zeta feel about being warped back with what she now believes or is being told by her memories is a Sith defector?
Hmm. uh, she doesn't trust either of them at all. Um, I'll take their help, but I'm also not going to put my back to them,
Mm-hmm.
mostly. Um, mostly metaphorically. But um, yeah, it doesn't like that at all.
Fair enough. And
But
you
also
also
has
find
other
yourself,
priorities at the moment.
yeah, you also find yourself back at what you remember being the beginning of all the weirdness when the council called you not to task, but called you for a mission. And if I remember correctly, all of you should know what the mission you're about to be sent on is, except for Date, Biggs, and Naz, who never went on the mission. But you know a little bit about what's going to happen. How how do you think Zeta feels armed with this level of knowledge?
Honestly, not sure. Um, I know the goal is keep the council alive.
Mm-hmm.
I know that our current goal in this timeline is find the Vergence. And I also know what the Vergence is. Um, she's very much shut down and take care of the task.
Understandable. So I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, Zeta would watch Krat kick in the door, and I feel like Zeta would kind of just shake her head and follow in.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. It's gonna bring us
I
to
don't.
Ned.
It's not a great way to do it in my opinion, but we're here, so.
We're here. Oh, sorry. We have one more before we go to Ned. Right, Javen, you still have a few minutes. Kate. I'm gonna need Ed to unmute this.
Sorry, I may have just was like, Ed, you have me muted. Hi.
So, Naz, you have an odd set of memories. Because you remember conning a Jedi Knight into believing that you were defecting. You remember coming before the Council and effectively concealing your own intentions before them during the war. And you remember running a few missions alongside Jedi that were arguably successful because of the knowledge that you held. How does Naz want to move forward now that she, having proven some level of trust, is being summoned before the Jedi Council again?
So I think I am very guarded, because I don't want to screw anything up. And as much as Zeta, doesn't trust me, um, I have a feeling that with some of the interactions that we have had, that I've become very interested in her, and not like a like sense motives kind of way, but feeling like I could just learn and gain knowledge from her. And so like really, really trying not to screw anything up, and just very on edge because of that.
Okay. So I imagine Naz would also be feeling very on edge as they are watching everyone kind of congregate around this door until Pratt kicks it open in a release of tension.
Yeah, yeah, very much just like, oh, okay. Just breathe. Breathe.
Do not worry.
Conceal, don't feel.
I am assessing all threats. You will not be harmed.
It's not necessarily worried about being harmed. It's just.
Your adrenaline levels are elevated.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to control that.
Not doing a very good job.
All right, since Ed is making this interesting, no, I'm not going to call for the roll. That would be silly. That is going to bring us to Ned, though. But to give Javen a little bit of extra time,
Oh man, I'm here.
we are going to pan over to Ned. And as the camera pans over, Ned, I imagine, would look very different. Javen, would you like to walk us through some of the changes Ned has gone through?
Sure. Give me a setting, I guess. Where am I? What am I
So,
doing?
same area that everyone else is. You are in the corridor right outside the council chamber. Two sentinels on either side of the door. This is a couple of minutes before Crack kicks it in, so you have a little minute like to collect yourself. Z is probably still floating around you, and although the memories are there for everyone else, this is the first time visually seeing the Jawa that is approximately 2 feet shorter than Ned, although they are the same height riding their mechanical beast. That is Ned's Padawan.
Ew.
Fucking
Yay.
what?
Yay!
Dave. Oh.
Cute doggo.
Sleepy dog. But we need to go back to Ned has a Jawa.
Javen, I have one thing. One. I think you know. How dare you? How dare you?
Hey man, it wasn't even my idea. I just
Fuck
accept.
it. Fuck it. I'm
Did it.
finding a teeny sound bit. I'm finding one.
Now this is just me forgetting. I might need to go back through, but I forgot her name.
Twilly.
Tilly?
Twilly. I'll put it in the chat.
Twilly. Wonderful. So the only real differences you would notice with Ned is that he is standing up a lot. Oh. The fuck just happened?
And didn't have us muted and saw the gift that was sent.
Yeah. But the only real difference with Ned, aside from an obvious addition to his usual lonesome self, he's standing up a lot straighter. No longer has the force collar of the force. Well, I say it's collar. It's more like the universal translator is not on, and hasn't been for years. The robes are a little bit more shabby looking, as Ned has taken more to going out and being sent on missions. Whereas he is still one of the top sabersmiths and lightsaber experts. He has been, ever since the loss of his master, has been sent on a great many missions. And at one point, obviously met his apprentice, Twilly, has been, and I don't know how long. I don't know how long she's been my Padawan, but I feel like it's been like a fair couple of years.
It's been at least 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I've had Twilly as my Padawan learner for 3 years. But aside from that, like, Ned's not all that different really. It's just the robes are a lot more shabby, a lot more urban camo-esque. And as far as reclassing goes, I have instead of artisan and medic, I have 2 new specializations for Ned that will be revealed very soon, most likely.
Lovely. Thank you, Thomas.
God damn it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I don't appreciate that you assume that Twilly is fat.
It's a cloak.
Uh-huh.
No.
Also, for those of us counting, Jawas start off with a bronze score of, I believe, 1.
Twilly has
Dude, they're
one
size
that
0. Of course they are.
you know, honestly, Cedric, stat-wise, I think Twilly, characteristic-wise, has a higher bronze score than I do.
Yeah, she has a 3, doesn't she?
She would need to, yeah, for what
Yeah.
she wields.
She
Twilly is quite strong, but very small, as most Jawas are.
her
Her
lightsaber
robes,
is taller than she is.
yeah, her lightsaber hilt is a little bit different. She in a fight, I imagine people here would have seen how she has battled before, as it would have been at the Padawan demonstrations.
Mm-hmm.
But Twilly fights on her mount, with a lightsaber pike as a lance.
The mount
So,
also has a gun because she was, as Ned said, why not?
also, canonically, as far as seeing it, Date might have like a little memory, like a little memory spike or something. But Zeta and Krat would both know that the last lightsaber that I ever crafted for anyone else was Twilly's. No one else has gotten a lightsaber since.
Interesting.
And honestly, once Ned took on Twilly as his Padawan, he was maybe like once out of a standard like a galactic standard week, Ned was back in his workshop. Other than that, he was out with Twilly on different planets, training her and all that. Exactly. See, you get it.
Yep.
But yeah. So
Alright.
that's really the main visual updates that Ned has had over the years.
Well, that's horrible. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, I have one. I have the final. I did not realize
No,
that it had a
please
saber
no.
pike. Hold on.
Please no.
I hope you made her jacked. Oh, good.
Damn it.
Of course, I didn't make her jacked. What's wrong with you?
She's got One Punch Man's like physique, like just all the strength,
Yeah.
but doesn't show it.
No, it's all hidden under there.
It's all concealed under the robes, of course.
Wonderful.
Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck. I hate it.
This is why I love this campaign. It's something serious, and then I get to do this bullshit.
Look, like, don't get me wrong. This
I
is
think honestly, I think the worst part of it all is how big you made the opening of the hood. There is so much room for a face in there.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there.
She's got Jay Leno's chin for no fucking reason.
Oh,
She's got a chin like a fucking cow catcher on on the front of a train.
Oh my god. We're off
She
to a
would be
flying
a
start.
she would be a lightsaber prodigy if her hood didn't keep getting caught in her stick.
Who said she's not?
Oh
It gets
god.
caught, she just wiggles her head and it flings extra hard.
Exactly. She's learned to use it.
Oh, this is so
Java.
triggering.
Oh god.
Like Bruce Lee, she decides to whip it around her chin and all over her body.
There
That
you
is how
go.
the real thing is like.
Oh my god.
Dante just
Just
kind of
don't
looks
stand it
around
up.
and actually Dante does have this moment of kind of looking around, sees the Jawa. Oh god, who is that? Oh god, please tell me that's not my Padawan.
No, you silly, that's my Padawan.
I didn't say that out loud. You didn't fucking hear me.
I'm your conscience.
Oh, fuck off.
I feel like
Are you
I
my
feel like at this point, a brainwave would come to Date of like, no, that's definitely not my Padawan.
Thank the gods.
At some point in this new timeline, Zeta would have gone to Ned to get help with her lightsaber.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't craft you a new one, but I would help you modify yours because you are in fact a dear friend.
Yeah, I just need to get this new crystal in.
Of course.
We will
I
work
would.
on that later.
All right.
But in the meantime, you guys, Fred has kicked open the council door.
Yay.
At this point, I would just kind of look at Twilly and motion for her to go back to the workshop. And at this point, when when both of my dual memories collide back into one, I'm like, okay, now we're back in it.
You actually would have the least problems with this because you get sent back further.
I get set back further, and also I feel like out of everyone here, my intellect is the only one that could actually handle that.
Yeah, you can parse it a little easier, but you've also been back here for years. So
Yeah.
you have the easiest time of this adjustment period.
Yeah.
So Tilly puts her hand over one hand over her fist, gives you a bow, and you just hear the ka-chung, 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 ka-chung of her beast walking down the hallway.
Jesus.
It resembles so it's like a miniature Nexu. It has like two trailing tails behind it and a very broad head with cybernetic eyes. It doesn't have a mouth that you can see immediately, but it just kind of like stalks like a
Dinner's ready.
large jungle cat through the hallways.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm so goddamn proud of that little Jawa.
Impressive. Craftsmanship is quite.
All right.
Yeah.
So the first one into the council room would be Krat.
Yeah.
Krat would see that several holograms are surrounding with a couple of flesh people in there as well. Let me double check who's alive. Okay. The people who are there in the flesh are and you have heard this person speak before, Master D'Arno Harris. They are a Cuso, which is a insectoid but tall people, almost like a frog people, with a large hat on top of their head, clad in Jedi robes. You would also see Goran Brix, a Bith, who is seated, kind of chin flaps on their hand, looking towards the middle of the room, and you would see various blue figures. A little more difficult to make out because communications are being disrupted as it's a wartime communication. But finally, you would see the person sitting in the master's chair, the Grand Master's chair, is a human male with sandy colored hair and heterochromatic eyes, one green and one brown.
This is an alternate timeline. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. This is someone who died in the last timeline, and the four Jedi would recognize the name Titus Andrus. Titus Andrus
So do
is
I?
known
How,
as the Dervish. He is a berserker, well known for his exploits on the battlefield. However, since ascending to the council 2 months ago, he has counseled for a cautious approach and a pullback of the Outer Rim sieges to defend the Inner Rim territories. He has been criticized for this move because it is considered leaving worlds unsupported, but he argues that supporting those he you can support those sieges better once we have consolidated our base, and with all of the troops out in the outer rim, our response time to attacks within the mid and inner rims is so much slower, it makes more sense for us to consolidate what we have before we just try to expand into Sith territory. With that argument and his ascension to the council, troop movements have been consolidating on the inner and mid rim planets, leading to a stronger stalemate where the Republic refuses to give up territory. A surprising move from someone who in battle has been seen as the aggressor almost all the time. One of the few people in the Jedi Order who uses Juyo to grand effect.
Pratt does not like this guy.
Valid. He's kind of an ass, but
Yeah. How many council members are the same from our timeline?
so you would know D'Arno and you would know Goran from the previous timeline. The rest of them you cannot make out. Those would be different, and there are still, as there were last time, 2 empty seats.
Okay. I think with the kick, because I feel like in this moment, Krat's like still in his original mindset of like he's still thinking the council members, maybe he's just getting tripped up in this very moment. But he kicks it open, walks in, stands in the center, points directly at the Grandmaster, and then just goes, "Oh, sorry, I think I'm in the wrong room," and then puts his hand down and is gonna like start to walk out.
Right?
Yes.
No, you're in the right room. Please, front and center. I imagine the rest of you will be following him, eh?
Are
And
you sure?
this voice is coming from Goran Bricks. This will be the Bith. So if you guys remember from episode 1, the people who play the weird jazz instruments, those are Bith. Yes, there's a Jedi Force sensitive one of those. Good luck with
Big
that.
head looking
Big head. Yeah. But this is the one addressing you and kind of waving you all forward into the room. D'Arno is still focused on the skyline. He hasn't quite turned around. And Titus is kind of just lounging in his chair. His fingers are drumming a syncopated beat on the chair, or the armrest of his chair.
I don't. So are we still being called in here to be given a mission to go look for the Vergence? Is that what's happening right now?
That's what you assume is happening, yes.
Okay, cool.
All right, Date is staring at Titus. There seems to be no visible response. It's not like he's ignoring your glare. It's more like it's just sliding off and he's not really bothered by it. Is there anything anyone would like to try before we go down to the nitty gritty?
I try to just make a streetwise check to just get a lay of the land, to like see, what the deal is with these. Well, unless it wouldn't reveal anything else.
So what? Give me one specific piece of information you're hunting for.
Based off of what I know of this timeline, and what I know of my original timeline, do I believe that this is going to be the same exact mission that we're doing over?
No roll needed. Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
In that case, no. Ned has nothing to say because he knows what's going to happen.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry, what did I miss?
I'm gonna wait for all of our party to come back.
We were all just walking back in.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of filtering in. You do notice that as the Sith, or what the Sith defectors, enter the room, the Cuso D'Arno turns around, and his yellowish kind of like bug eyes turns, and he narrows them very, very slightly, and his hand goes directly to his hat. That big metal, almost like a shield on top of his head, and just starts kind of like running around the brim in a very I wouldn't say a nervous fashion, but definitely
Oh.
almost like a nervous tick.
That does remind me actually. There was something I wanted to address. Do I remember what I heard during the whole time flux? What those two said?
Hmm.
Because this could change the session drastically if I did or not.
Ow.
Said what? Because there were a couple things said that weren't actually said.
Oh,
Yeah.
the big thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I said at the end of the last session that I was a part of, if Ned finds out, or I guess when Ned finds out, he is going to kill you.
So
Well, when they said that it wasn't, at least, are you talking about when they said that to, like, 3 weeks ago or whatever?
Yeah, when they had their their beans spilled.
Yeah, well, that
That
wasn't to
wasn't-
us. That wasn't to us. We didn't hear that. They never said anything about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because she asked it real quick and then was like, no, wait a minute, hold on, let me like change the wording of that
Yeah.
because
Okay.
she wasn't gonna say it. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
but we know, but like the characters.
Gotcha.
Timeline would
Okay.
and
Cool.
now
Cool. Just clearing that up.
so right now the Ned would remember hearing about Sith defectors who have been useful to the Republic. And I think Ned would be able to put two and two together when those two walk into the room.
Being as how I've never seen them before up until this point, technically.
Yes.
Okay.
So I will leave Ned with that information, but Ned has an intellect that would draw those conclusions. All right. So now that we're all back, Goran kind of stands up, their cream-colored robes kind of flowing behind them, and they stand in the middle of the room as if to give some great oration and said, "Greetings to our newly founded members and long-standing knights of the Order. We have asked that you attend us in order to give you a grand mission. We have discovered that a Vergence in Date, if you roll your eyes one more time,
He does it again, just out of spite.
I'm
no,
just
I'm
standing
not going to do that.
straight on, like.
The fact that you both typed it at the exact same fucking time is
Because we're
uncanny.
both sick.
Yeah.
We're both sick of the council's bullshit.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Goran
Cedric-
continues and says, "We have decided that in the course of the war, we need certain assets in order to move forward, and we have discovered a vergence in the Force. We believe that this vergence may well be something we can use to aid us in defense of the inner rim systems."
How convenient.
As you say, how convenient. It's very difficult to tell expressions on a Bith face because they don't really emote as humans do, but you kind of see the wrinkles change and they kind of look at Krat like, "When did you get sarcastic, young one?"
He just shrugs.
He doesn't actually say the,
Oh, okay.
"Oh, you get so sarcastic," but
Yeah.
he continues and says, "As we move forward, we find ourselves in a stalemate against our Sith enemies, and in order to break the stalemate, we are trying to create more defensive." It's at this point a voice none of you have heard breaks out and goes, "We just want you to kill something, really."
Who said that?
And as you look, it is Titus. His hands have stopped drumming. His elbow sits on top of the armrest, looking directly at Date.
Okay, so first off, when immediately as someone on the council tells us to kill something,
Mhm.
one, keep in mind, Krat is still learning how to curse. He looks over very slowly at whoever said that and goes, "Absolutely bitching not."
Dante never breaking eye contact with Titus. I think that's his name, Titus.
That's correct.
Never breaking eye contact with Titus gets a big ass smirk on his face after hearing Krat say that.
Yeah, I think honestly, even Ned, who is like emotionless, just kind of like scratches his chin a little bit and pulls his head down like yep, that's nice, very cool.
Can I have everyone roll a streetwise check? 2 purple.
That's not good.
Um,
Oh fuck, I actually have to roll something. Oh Jesus.
where did the
Oh yeah, we got to do a Destiny stuff right here.
there it
We
is.
do.
Okay, the ability thing
should
didn't.
we do Destiny first? That way, in case we
Go
want
ahead
to.
and roll
use
Destiny first.
Okay.
Well, that's
Oh,
Jesus.
oh.
Oh God. Oh God.
Hooray!
What the
Jesus.
I love
Kate,
this
Air,
Fucking
mismatch
Kate,
of like
Christ.
Air 5.
points.
Kate, Air 5.
Balancing out the goddamn party.
Just
Fucking
every
damn.
single one of our dice, just oh.
Oh, it got
It
worse.
gets
Oh, it
like,
got worse.
what?
You said
Okay.
it's 2 purple was
What's
the check?
Yes.
2 purple. 2 purple
Streetwise.
streetwise.
Oh.
I have a new streetwise check. Hang on. Um, because I'm
Same
I'm different now.
I'm
Yes,
just
you
so
are.
different and quirky.
All right.
Say,
Who gets new girl?
I think I'm capable of insight.
Give me 1 second. I gotta check and make sure I don't have anything that boosts it. I'm assuming there's no blacks. It's just the 2 purples.
Just the 2 purples.
Yep.
All right.
Wow.
Nice.
Angry
Well-
dice.
Ned,
Damn.
you can spend a destiny point to turn that into a success if you would like to.
Data and Dante see it.
I mean, yeah, I guess honestly, Ned's too distracted by laughing at hearing Krat swear because for this whole timeline he hasn't. But now that the timelines have
That's
readjusted, he's
true.
like, oh, I forgot about this.
Yeah.
He's learning.
All right. So I feel like Ned being distracted makes sense. Naz, Biggs, you're used to your council asking you to kill something. That's pretty in character.
Mm-hmm.
And Zeta, Date, no, you're not.
Yeah.
You just watched a council member lie through his fucking teeth.
Wait, lie about the first lie or the lie about we need to kill you? We need you to kill something.
We need you to kill something. That was a lie.
After
Oh.
smirking at Titus, I look up at him. Clearly, you're not expecting us to break our oath. Now, if you have more specifics, it would be wise of the council to enlighten us.
Still can't put a question on you, Date.
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, Cedric. You're gonna have to repeat that.
Oh, I know. Date, you watch Titus kind of quirk his head and he goes, still not able to pull a fast one. No, you're not being asked to kill something. Although, and he points to the 2 behind him. Nice to know those 2 would in a heartbeat. Glad to see the Sith haven't changed that much.
Big silently like puts that note under his profile, just like
Oh boy.
just prejudice.
Ned
Just I shift my
slowly
eyes,
turns, having it now Ned slowly turns now, having it confirmed, and just looks at the biological, and slowly looks back to the council.
Now, if you're going to get to the point, Titus, now would be the time.
We don't need weapons. What we need is information. We're sending you into Sith space to find a Vergence that occurred there.
Fifth space.
Sith space.
Where?
All we have is an approximate location, but it's near what used to be a Jedi system called Lothal.
Actually.
Would we remember that this is where they're sending us to where we found the Seeing Stone originally, right?
Nope.
No.
Oh,
That
oh,
was
the
Typhon.
actual place. Okay,
Yep.
that's weird.
And what do you expect of us once we get there?
I just need you to find information. Something weird has been going on, and we just want answers. Hopefully, Vergences being large collections of force energy, typically that includes insight, if not power. And we don't need power, but we definitely need some insight.
What if the Vergence is an asshole? Hypothetically, of course.
To back up Krat's answer, I go, yes. What if the Vergence is an asshole? Hypothetically, of course.
That literally stumps everyone, and you just kind of like feel the weight of the council's collective eyes of what the hell?
I back up my brother in confusion.
Um, uh, honestly, I don't know. Just if he's an asshole, leave him behind. If he's nice, take him here. I don't fucking know, guys. I'm just trying to ask you to go look for something. If you guys get close to it, great. If you don't, no harm done.
When and how would you like us to report back to you?
Preferably when you get there. So here's the deal. Lothal has an ancient temple. It's on an occupied planet, but you might be able to gain access. And if you do, and if you don't, no pressure. But if you do manage to find out where this Vergence is, make contact, call back to the council, and come back. That's all I can ask for you.
And for this, you need you need 8 participants.
8? Where the hell are you getting 8?
Well, I know that I have a Padawan around here somewhere, and I'm assuming that Ned would bring their Padawan as well.
Dante, your Padawan passed the trials 3 months ago. They've been on their own mission since then.
Dante realized the errors of realizing that they don't know anything.
Krat gives you a thumbs up.
You didn't know Troth was on Deveron?
I didn't even know their name was Troth. Anyway, Dante looks up and goes, "My apologies. I thought since I had been without a Padawan for so long, you would have assigned me one by now."
Well, generally, when someone has a successful track record, sure, but right now there aren't enough younglings to keep up with, and honestly, we're not sending children into war zones.
Very well.
Hell,
In
we're
that
not
case,
even really letting Ned take Twilly on this one.
you're not. Why not? This seems like a perfect mission.
For what it is worth, I would not want Twilly to come with us.
Not to mention, Twilly has a backlog of lightsaber mechanic scheduling that they've been hammering at the bit to try and get done. No offense, Ned, but they're really glad that you decided to let the leash loose a little.
Oh, I am well aware of this.
So
Very well.
they've got
You are sending 6 people to go investigate knowledge. Is that my understanding?
you understand correctly. And at this point, Titus stands up and looks back towards the Sith and is like, and any insight you two might have on getting past any blockades would be greatly appreciated. That's why you're really being asked here is we're sending them into somewhere that's dangerous and we don't want them to get narked. Make sure they survive.
Cool. Can do.
Nice to see that you care about their lives as well.
Noted.
Very well. What kind of supplies can we expect on this mission?
We'll give you provisions up to what we can. Should be journey provisions for the journey out and back, but very little specialty equipment is available outside of war, and this is technically not a mission of war. So I can't really do much for specialty equipment like weapons. You're just going to have your lightsabers and whatever armor and clothes you have on you.
Very well.
Question: is my ship here?
I mean, yeah, I'm. Zeta, why wouldn't you have your ship?
No.
She said outside.
Is my ship here? Not as a separate outside of
Okay.
that.
Yes, Zeta still has her ship.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Where's my ship? I want my ship.
We're keeping this one under the radar, so you're not going to be taking a registered transport. You'll probably need to either use private vessels or commandeer something.
We can take mine.
Is there enough room? No offense intended. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, there's enough room. It's a freighter.
Freighters normally carry shit. You're going to have a busy, full cargo hold trying to make sure of everything. So I didn't want to assume.
Councilman, if I may, before we head out on this mission of which we have very little information about, I wish to test the abilities of this unit you have put together. I request a training room, if you don't mind, with a couple of droids.
Dante, how big you want the droids to be?
Big enough to where I can perfectly assess just how well we are at combat, considering you're not giving us any information.
All right. I'll give you 3 master practice droids, and you all should be able to practice on them. Training room 7. Be there in 2 hours.
Thank you, Council.
Any other questions before I officially call this meeting to a close?
Nope.
I think we're good.
All right, meeting adjourned. And you watch as Titus pulls a flask from their robe and just starts taking a fucking swig.
Damn!
I do actually kind of like this guy.
At least he's straight.
Exactly.
Their traits, you put
Titus, we've talked about this, like, almost shut the goddamn hole, Goran.
You know what? At least they're straight.
Exactly.
Pratt looks at Date and says, "Don't assume his sexuality."
You are perfectly correct, Krat. I apologize to you.
Thank you.
Ed
Alright.
almost spit out their beer.
Nicely done. All right, so you guys have a training room if you guys would like to spar against anything. I do have specific lightsaber droids if you guys want to go up against those. Or if you want to just make your way to the planet, I also can do that. It is up to you guys.
So, Cedric, just for clarification's sake on my end, I in fact do not have a Padawan.
You did.
not no more.
Apparently not.
They are a Jedi Knight currently.
Okay.
Nigga.
I look at the rest of the group and I say, let's have a group meeting before we go off and do whatever the hell it is we're about to go off and do.
I think
Before we leave,
that would be
I
wise.
do have a question. for the council. Like it'd be a quick one as we're leaving, and just go. By the way, when must we leave? When must we leave?
The Biff is gonna answer you guys. He just goes, sooner rather than later would be appreciated. This is somewhat time sensitive.
Whenever we like. Got it.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, I walk out.
You heathen!
Interesting.
All right. Let me, while you guys are having your meeting, I'm going to pull up lightsaber training droids and use the restroom. You guys have fun.
Thank you. So I assume we walk well enough away from anybody who can hear us.
We
To
definitely,
where
we definitely like get it. We definitely like go, yeah, somewhere private to where we can all kind of have a chat.
yeah. We find like a separate little meeting room that all of us can kind of sit in. Dante kind of looks around the room and goes, "Is it safe to assume that all of you know what happened, or at least how we all ended up here?"
Generally, yeah. Also, I turned to Naz. I knew it.
I said nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I hold up a hand to Zeta. Whether she be Sith or not, the Father chose her to try to save Coruscant, not destroy it. Regardless
Yeah,
of
you
her
better
past,
stick
I
to that.
believe, regardless of her past, I believe she is here to help us.
I guess we'll see.
Dante looks to Naz.
Ned Ned continues to stare at Naz.
Dante looks to Naz and goes, "You are here to help us, yes?
Yes, I am.
Does anybody disagree with our assessment?"
Pratt raises his hand.
Yes, Krat.
I also raise my hand.
Krat
They are
got it up
Sith.
first.
They are Sith, and he looks at you two. No offense, and then back to Date. Fuck them.
I would like you to
Feeling.
remember, Krat, that I was not Jedi until a few moments ago, even though I was Force sensitive.
Not Jedi is fine, but Sith is unacceptable.
Sith is what the Father allowed to be here. You should appreciate that above all else.
Correction, Sith is where the Father fucked up and accidentally let be here.
But still allowed them to be here, not the ones who sacked Coruscant.
I suppose.
I would also like to point out that there is balance. Where there is light, there is dark. I am here to protect you, and I have, at least I feel there's, oh crap, damn it, brain. She's, conflict of memories is happening, which I don't have Cedric for.
As you
I'm
were
here.
speaking, Krat slowly, like very slowly, turns his head to look at you and does not say a word.
All right, Kate, I am here. What are you trying to reconcile?
Oh, it was more of remembering that I have helped, like the false memories, if you will, or the current timeline memories of already helping with some minorly successful Jedi missions.
Yes. So here's the bigger question. Are you lying?
At the moment, no.
Kind of a sense of self-preservation.
At the moment, it is very much I will do what it takes to protect this group of Jedi.
Okay, that's valid. But given the opportunity, will you betray them?
I can't promise that I won't.
Then you still need to roll deception.
Can it be coercion?
No.
Fair enough.
You're not trying to intimidate them into doing what you want. You're trying to lie.
I know.
All right, and you are lying, if I remember, to correct.
Well, technically
Correct.
she'd
Would you
be
like to
technically she'd be lying to me as well, because I also do not trust this whole situation.
That's true. You did speak up.
think she
Okay.
lied to
I
all
am
of us.
trusting Naz in the means of the father sent all of us back for a reason.
Okay, that's understandable. So if let's do an assisted roll with Pratt's stat, but Ned's insight, if that makes sense. So if I remember, it's streetwise, right?
I would rather roll separately, to be honest.
I know, but that's not going to be much fair. So I think if you guys are quote unquote assisting each other, that way it's condensed to one roll. It'll make things easier. But if you'd rather roll separately, we can. I just don't want to calculate the two dice pools if I don't have to.
I mean, what you could also do is you could also just have what her deception is as a difficulty, or you can have her roll and then we can all just see who gets more.
I'm about to say we can just
her
do blank
deception
rolls against
versus our
deceptions and
versus our streetwise.
That's probably the easiest. So, Kate, what's your deception?
Do I get to use my my plausible deniability?
Is that an active ability?
It's a passive.
Okay, then what does that do?
Removes 1 black per rank of plausible deniability, which I have 2.
For the sake of
Okay,
argument, Cedric, I would
coercion.
actually say that could add blues.
Arguably, yes, that would be fair enough for that.
Or
So-
it could also push blacks onto us in this
which
instance.
is what it
That's a
would do.
good
So it would
idea.
push blacks onto you guys.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Okay, so Kate, you have 2 ranks in plausible deniability. That's 2 blacks. What is your deception score?
Deception is a yellow and a green.
So
A
she
yellow and a green. So that's 1
would
red
roll
and 1
that. Well, no, well, I mean, if you want, Cedric, we can also do it where she just rolls and see what she gets, and we see who gets more successes and more advantages. It's up to you.
No worries. I'm trying to make this as streamlined as possible.
Okay.
So let's do it that way. Let's do roll deception, Kate. No difficulty. Okay.
I don't like how
Everyone
my taking
That's-
forever
that's-
to
Roll
record.
streetwise with 2 black.
That's going to be hard to beat.
Me?
No, Nat or Krat and Ned roll with 2 blacks onto their streetwise scores.
Oh,
Shit.
Streetwise.
Jesus.
Literally could
And
not
I
have done better.
I have street smarts, which removes 1 black per rank, in which I have 2. So I will be rolling my
Great.
regular streetwise check.
That's why you
Wow.
argued that, you son of a bitch.
God damn.
Rules lawyer.
When we're already bending the rules, shut the fuck up.
Pratt accidentally succeeded.
Okay.
God damn.
So, Ned, you being distracted as trying to figure out how this next level is going to proceed, you buy the initial statement of, I want to help. Pratt, reaching through the force, as Krat is wont to do, you feel something that resonates with this new darkness you feel inside, in that it's very selfish. They will help as long as it's in their interest.
Hmm.
Am I wrong, Kate?
Nope. Or yeah, that's the correct way I wanted to say that. You're not
You're not
no,
wrong.
not wrong.
You are.
I think
I didn't want to overstep your character, but I kind of figured that's where you were going. So I figured if I was wrong, you would correct me.
Yeah, no, the only person that while I might betray the group, I would protect with my life would be, like I said, would be Zeta, just because I feel her as a complete, as the same but opposite side of the force. And so I'd want to guard her knowledge.
Fair enough. I don't think Krat would have that level of insight, but he definitely understands that to Naz, the group is useful until they are no longer useful.
You may join us, but the moment, and I mean the moment, you betray us, which I know you will, I will not be responsible for what Ned does to you.
Fair enough.
Ned at this point has been staring at Nas the entire time, unbreaking and unmoving.
Biggs has been doing the same thing to you.
Ned,
Krat is going to talk exclusively to Ned and say,
Ned.
"Don't worry, we'll kill them soon."
I, I respond back telepathically. Oh, that was never a question.
I look to Ned. If you have any further
Telepathic high
concern,
five.
if you have any other concerns, now is the time to voice them, Ned.
I need not voice them. They will betray us soon, at which point I will act as I do. That is all.
I say this as a longtime friend, Ned. The Father chose all of us to come back and fix what happened at Coruscant in a couple months. If you kill them before that time, you will have to kill me as well.
Let's at least
Who
make
said
it to them,
anything?
please and thank you.
Who said anything about killing?
Very well.
I will simply do what I must.
Now that that is out of the way, Naz,
Yes.
what knowledge do you have of the Sith Lord that is going to sack Coruscant?
So the
Would you like to make an education check for me?
yeah.
It will be 2 purple, please.
Lore or
The
Knowledge.
skill, knowledge, education.
knowledge education? Okay.
This is recent history, not ancient history.
Okay.
So
Fair. Is difficulty
2 purple.
purple? I zoomed in.
And I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are all headed towards the training chamber 7 that was gifted to you by the council member.
No, we're in a meeting room right now because we all know shit.
Okay, so you're in a private meeting room. All right. Hey, with one advantage, you know the name Darth Malgus. You know that they are an up and coming Sith Lord, but you don't have a lot of personal information about them. What you know is mostly hearsay. They recently gained the title of Darth after they killed their master, and are currently working on the siege of Tython. That is where you remember them from.
Okay. So I will gladly relay all of that to them.
To Date.
Yes.
So yeah,
No,
that's all you get.
And how long before the sacking of Coruscant, at least to our knowledge, like how far back in the past have we jumped at this point?
You have jumped approximately 2 months.
And the sacking of Coruscant by this person will happen in 2 months.
Big starts a timer.
Well then,
So Biggs is just gonna
I suppose we better get a wriggle on.
I don't disagree with you, Ned. However, all of us have just experienced one hell of an occurrence, at least in space-time. I do believe that all of us could benefit from some training in the combat arena.
I
As
wouldn't
you
mind
wish.
a little bit of a dust off.
Very well.
I
Wait,
wouldn't mind spending
you
some
all
time
mean
there
to
as
tell
well.
you all mean to tell me that you haven't been conscious this whole time?
Define this whole time, Ned.
Nope.
The
We were there,
past
now we're
7
here.
years at least.
I
Don't take
have memories of this timeline and of where we were. And they, like, I just got sent back to this point right now. And it's like I kind of remember both, but my brain doesn't like it.
I cannot speak for
Agreed.
the others, but my consciousness has just resumed. As a matter of fact, it just
became
resumed before we entered the council chamber.
I became conscious about 4 seconds before I kicked the door.
The timestamp on my latest memories does line up with this occurrence.
Fascinating.
Have you had something different happen?
Oh, I've been fully conscious for both timelines.
Dante kind of chuckles a little bit. Sadly, I expect nothing less. Is there any other insights that you wish to share before we move on?
Only that it is a shame that you did not get to fully interact and meet your Padawan. They were some kind of impressive.
Yes, I am truly sad about that as well.
Oh, just wait till you meet your Padawan, Geo.
Motherfucker! You can't do this to me!
And yet he
you,
is.
you hurting my brain!
You literally asked for this.
I did.
Like you
Okay.
you literally wanted this.
I spent XP on this, you bastard!
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
And I wouldn't mind assessing our newcomers in a match. And I look at the robot and the
The
heretic,
Agreed.
the slime.
And if they were
Naz.
to horribly fall and die in the training room, oh well. And then Krat stands up and claps his hands to the training room.
That's not gonna happen, Krat.
Naz,
Krat gives a thumbs up.
can you tell me if
believe-
Biggs is capable of safety combat?
No.
I can assure
Very
you,
well.
I have no safety mode.
I'm sure that
Biggs.
maybe Ned could.
Yes?
Naz, Biggs. Stop.
What?
I know you don't know that there is one, but trust me, there is very much a don't kill mode.
If
I've
the
never had to
DMs
access it before. I don't know how to get there.
if the
I've
DM
heard
says
it's
so,
down.
if the
Yeah,
DM
but-
says so, sure. But typically for Sith robots, there is no mercy.
And
Oh,
would
oh,
any of us actually know that?
You
That
forget,
also
Jaden.
true.
If you torture someone who's dead,
What?
Fair.
Yeah, I
What
guess.
does he say?
I didn't
then
catch
you
it either.
can't
Torture
torture
somebody
someone
that's dead.
Ah.
Can't torture someone that's dead.
I keep missing that middle word.
You can't torture
Oh,
someone who's dead.
okay. I'm like, why is my brain not hearing this word?
because
I
you
feel
don't
your
want to
pain.
violate the Geneva Convention.
Your brain just bleeps it out.
And we're proud of you for it.
Good.
I
I'm down to go to the
assume
training room though.
I assume what Nas tells me is correct, and I again look to Nas. Will your droid be okay if you go into the simulator?
I'm sure you've seen me get into simulators. Naz. Naz, people. Naz. Short A sound. Naz. Sorry.
Did I not
Happened
say
like 3
Naz?
times.
Did I
No.
not
No,
say
you said
Naz?
Naz.
I apologize.
You
I
said-
could have sworn I've been doing well.
You were the
okay?
first one.
I have
This
been
is
You were
doing
the
fine.
first
well.
one. You've been doing well, and then Javen slipped, and I didn't have a chance to correct Javen, so.
Like
I apologize.
I have on my character sheet was like Naz, like nasty.
And that's
Mhm.
how I've been remembering it. I'm sorry, Kate. I've been doing
No,
good
it's-
this entire session.
You had. It just.
We're fine. You guys are going to make your way to the training chamber. As you do, you are greeted by a protocol droid, and they bow a little bit towards you and say, "Oh, greetings, masters. Would you require separate training chambers, or would you all prefer to compete at once?"
Let us choose separate chambers to begin with. We can join as
Can we
one at
just-
the end.
Can we just
I'm
use
sorry,
the
sir.
one
My
chamber back to back?
Are on the crits. Did you say 2 chambers or multiple chambers?
You know what? I agree with you, Zeta. We will use one, but we will only go in one at a time.
Ah, the round robin approach. Very interesting. Of course, I shall accommodate. Would you prefer a random selection of opponent, or would you prefer all to fight the same?
As a matter of fact, I prefer if our droids did not fight at all. I wish to see what we are capable of. Normal combatants will be fine for this outcome.
I am sorry, but we do not have that many sparring partners available for everyone to rotate. Droids would be the more preferred method. Is there a problem?
Droids that do not engage in combat. I simply wish to assess the level of combat, my level of team here.
Oh, you wish for stationary targets. Very well.
Yes. Yes.
Of course, I can prepare a large room for everyone. And she ushers you into, as previously stated, basically a room with not holograms, but definitely like easily split and repairable modular droids that are essentially like a training force. They won't fire at you. You don't need to worry about deflect, but you just get to wail and you can see how your forms are doing.
Dante remembers how infuriating this whole process is.
It's like it's a clearing course. It's like if you guys have ever seen like tactical gun courses with the pop-up things, it's
Yeah.
essentially that with no live fire. So everyone who wants to can run through it.
Very well. Everyone, please pick your targets. We will begin shortly.
All right. So it is a large hexagonal room. Each side is approximately 40 feet long. So the distance from end to end of the room is going to be about from long range from uh, actually probably closer to medium range. So you'll be able to jump it with, if you book it, you could probably make it within 2 range bands. Not a very large room, but throughout it, you see small clusters of droids that could be hit, destroyed. And how you deal with them is up to you. They're clustered in about 16 small portions, some of them 3, some of them 5, some 6. And you need to deal with all of these before you're going to be quote unquote released from the chamber. So all told, there are going to be 32 combatants spread out throughout the room. I'm not literally having 32 combatants. You guys are just going to run damage. Whenever you reach 32, the simulation ends.
I look to the droid and I tell them to begin the simulation.
Right. And a small timer appears above. Let's roll initiative, everybody. For this, you guys are going to roll vigilance because you knew this was coming.
What are we rolling?
Vigilance.
Initiative.
Oh, good.
Is there difficulty for vigilance?
Is there something specific? There's something specific you got to do to roll initiative, right? You got to like click something beforehand.
We
They already have.
I got it.
no, we've already done that. If you want to just roll
Okay.
Vigilance.
I've already got you guys in there. As soon as all right, that's 6 initiative slots.
Hold
Who would
on,
like
let
to
me
be
see.
the first one?
I think if we at least go in order, which would be me, then Krat, and then I think Zeta. I
Hold on.
I just so
Yeah, it's
because I can add
Dante
a success.
Dante first, and then Ned and Zeta tied.
well
I don't care when I go.
yeah they
No,
can
I
they can
technically got-
choose.
Okay,
I
hang
can,
on.
I technically got 2 successes as well because I add a success per rank of rapid reaction.
Okay,
Are-
so
are
that's 2
you-
successes, 1 advantage. So we have 3 people who got 2 success, 1 advantage, and we all missed Crap, who got 3 successes and technically goes second.
Yeah,
Fair.
Krat goes second. Wait,
So here's
Ed,
the
are
deal. It's gonna go Dante, Crap, and then whoever the fuck else wants to go, because y'all got 2 successes, 1 advantage.
Fair enough.
So Dante's going first, and then Crap.
yeah, really quick. Ed, is Biggs fighting?
You wanted to see how he's doing.
No, I do. I'm actually happy about this. Okay. I am going to run out to one of my guys, or to one of the test dummies first, and exclaim very loud, "Time for the dragon to show his fangs!" And am I still allowed to aim in this combat session?
Yes, because arguably this is a warm-up round, so
Do I
I'm
need
not going to argue.
do I need to use movement to get in close?
You'll expend 1 range band of movement to get within engaged.
Very well. I will spend 2 strain to do a second movement to add 1 extra blue dice as far as my aim, and rar.
All right. So that is 10 damage. You completely clear out a full section of the droids. Easily enough done, and anyone watching would watch as he's only attacking with 1 of his 2 lightsabers. The second one is kept completely in a defensive movement.
I would also make the point that everyone sees quite a bit of pulse energy coming off of it. It also sounds a little bit like this.
Oh.
Very nice. Gotta love the Kylo Ren noise.
And I specifically made that Kylo Ren noise. And while there are significant scrapes across everything, nothing appears damaged. It all just appears injured, not really like broken or anything.
All right, so that is our first. Next, right.
Okay. First off, I have a mechanics question because I was looking at ways to deflect blaster bolts, and I think I'm gonna take the force power protect unleash because it sounds fun. But in this game, if you were to get shot at and you have a lightsaber out, what role would it be to deflect it?
It is an activation of the reflect talent, which costs,
Yes.
I believe, 3 strain.
Yes, 3 strain. You are
3
correct.
strain to reduce damage by 2 plus ranks.
Plus how many ranks you have in reflect.
So
there is unfortunately no role to deflect. It is merely a talent. So if you don't have
What
the
I-
talent, good luck.
What I will say, Thomas, is that if you want to take like a defensive stance, like hold your lightsaber in front of you to protect you, you can take a defensive stance as a maneuver to give everything attacking you 1 black. You can also drop prone to make yourself even harder to hit.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for later. I think what I'm gonna do right now though is basically do what. So I can only do this once per session. But I'm figuring we're not really gonna have any like actual combat for the rest of this session. Um, so and it's something fun that I've never done before. So first off, I'm gonna roll a force roll because Krat does not touch his lightsaber. He will be using move exclusively to use his lightsaber. Because I have it upgraded all the way to the point where you can use it as effective as you can use your own hands.
Nice.
Yeah, character can perform fine manipulation, allowing him to do whatever he could normally do with his hands via this power at the power's range.
My.
So yeah, so Krat goes and stands, but I think that this is just a standstill dummy, so it's not going to shoot at him. But I am going to roll this.
Nice.
Okay, cool. So
Damn!
Krat walks up, and just stands directly across from the dummy, and you see that he just stands exactly how he is in his picture, just like kind of hunched over, just like, but the lightsaber just moves itself, and then just
Yeah.
kind of does a few like like little twists by the side, like he is like it turns on, it ignites, and then it just does a few like little twists, like he's kind of flourishing it a little bit, and then it's just staying out in front of him, and he looks over to everyone else and goes, "I really only deflect." And then he turns it off and then puts it back and then walks away.
Quite the wind up.
But
I'm
what
gonna
I
count
can
that as another 5 damage. So
what?
just for the purposes of clearing the room, I'm counting that as 5 damage.
What?
Oh, don't worry
Can I
about
take
clearing
his
the room.
action?
Don't worry
Yeah.
about clearing the room.
Well, because
Okay.
what I was gonna do, but I forgot that they can't shoot at me, is that once per session I can use another force power as a maneuver, and get some strain. So basically, I can use Protect Unleash, but flavor-wise, it is him using his lightsaber and move to like send his lightsaber out and deflect it to somewhere else.
Yeah. There's also a saber throw talent that it does that same thing. But yes, I love the flavor text. I'm about this.
Yeah, because he's not gonna touch it. It's a uncivilized weapon.
Whatever you say. Who would like to go next?
I can go if no one else wants to.
I was about to say,
Sure.
I am indifferent. I like being told.
All right, Ned, you're up.
Okay.
I will take care of this.
Now I know this is just a mock battle, but can I use a destiny point to show off?
That's up to the group.
I was
Dude, go for it.
asking the group.
Sure.
Fine, I'm good with
Go
it.
for it.
Yep.
All right, cool. Ned disappears entirely.
You!
Ned's gone.
Oh fuck.
What does he disappear from everyone's vision, or does he would he be on my scanners?
1 second.
I don't
Send me what you're using, Javen, and I'll make the call.
Will do.
I will get back to you, Ed. In the meantime, take your turn. Whomever's going next.
Is that your turn, Ned?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Just walks in, disappears, like
Okay,
isn't
okay.
seen for
Now,
days.
for dramatic effect, Ned starts to just kind of walk slowly towards the battle, towards the droids. Goes into his hilt, pulls out his hilt, and then just kind of vanishes.
Ned.
I think it's fine, Krat. I think everything's fine.
Ned. Telepathically,
Uh,
of course.
Mentally, just to Krat. like one-on-one mentally, you just hear shh.
Oh.
All right. Ruling.
Okay.
Ned still shows up on Big's sensors.
Oh, interesting. So what do I see?
Like an infrared readout kind of thing.
What are you doing, Ned?
Ned has walked back away from the fight and is just sitting there staring at the robot and the Sith.
Biggs is staring you down.
I guess I'll
Like,
go
look,
You
next.
see Ned cock his head to the side. Ned cocks his head to the side at you
Like,
and
Biggs
holds out
has-
a hand and holds out a hand towards the droids and steps away.
Okay. Who's going next?
I guess I will.
Okay. We are sitting at 15 out of 32.
Mm-hmm.
I walk to the side so I'm not really close to anybody. And so that I'm within medium range of a target. And throw my lightsaber.
I mean, anywhere within the room is medium range, and then you
Okay.
just fucking yeet this shit.
Yeah, I ignite my lightsaber, pick whichever droid I'm looking at, and throw it in. It sort of looks like a helicopter blade going sideways. Yeah. Okay, make a lightsaber combat check as a ranged attack. Adding force die.
This is medium range, which is, I think, 3 purple, so make a lightsaber check against 3 purple.
Okay. And then a force die. Yeah.
Oh my.
What?
Do you
the-
want to use
oh,
that force?
oh,
Whoa.
oh, oh dear! Run away! Run away!
So Zeta, do you want to use that force die?
Yeah, I'm gonna use it.
All right, take a conflict. But you all watch as essentially Zeta, who most of you assumed to be a slightly more mild-mannered Jedi, just fucking ignites her purple lightsaber, spins, and throws the damn thing like Mjolnir, and you watch it carve through, I shit you not, 13 fucking droids in one fell swoop before she calls it back.
Okay.
Dear Lord.
There is one singular, very awkward clap from Krat. Good job.
And next,
I
just
will.
saw Krat.
I will go ahead and go before Biggs does anything. I will be using my blaster pistol and just kind of take aim where there's nobody else at. No, Jesus, my lord. Okay.
all right, are you moving? So, what range are you attacking from?
Well, I mean, if I probably would take a few steps closer to a set of where I see that nobody really is at.
Okay.
But because it's medium range, so I'm not too concerned. I'm not pulling out the reds.
Yeah.
Not in front of this group, not right now. Too much danger.
Go ahead.
Maybe we'll check the range band's attack quote. Geo, help me out. Short range is 1?
Yes, sir. Short range should be 1 purple.
Yeah. So if it's medium range, it should be 2, right? 2 or 3?
Medium is 2, 3 is long, 4 is extreme.
Okay. I did it wrong for you, Jules. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
But you still fucking rocked ass, so don't worry too much about it.
I was about to say, is there really anything else you wanted her to not do?
I really just wouldn't have had any threats.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, it should be 1 purple. Or no, it should be 2 purple.
2 purple? Okay.
2 purple, yeah, medium range. All right, there you go. No crit, but you do take out another 7, which means there should be only, if my math is correct, it should be like only 8 or so left.
Reasonable number.
And that's going to bring us to Biggs.
Okay. Biggs just
I've so been waiting for this.
Biggs has just been standing back there this whole time, kind of in Ned never left his field of vision, so it's like has been having this like weird staring contest for a little while. Looks up, records an action, looks back at Ned, looks up, records an action, looks back, stares at Ned, and then as soon as Naz kind of walks back, Biggs kind of looks back down at Ned one more time, nods, looks back up at his opponents, and without even taking any sort of steps, he kind of does give a warning of, please exit the area from in front of me, and doesn't take any steps, just right where he is, plants his feet, and you see this big like flap open out of his back, and a gun a gun pretty much the length of his entire spine pops out and pops over his shoulder and begins like spinning, and you hear like the of the warm up. And I will roll, which you said medium is 2 purple.
Yep.
All right. So that's gonna be a ranged heavy.
Excuse me.
All right, and I don't think I add any more anything. Nope, good. Roll.
Oh my.
What did I do? I can't see what I did.
Wow.
You did well.
Okay.
And technically, on top of that, since I have 3 ranks in barrage, I add 3 more damage on top of that. So that is.
Well, that clears everything out.
Yeah, just you hear this like. And like smoke begins to rise, and there's a good like 10 to 15 seconds of just fire barrage down where like no one is, but just like it goes on for a good while, it feels like, and then it stops. The smoke is gone, and there's nothing. There's nothing left.
And that's why I went to go before you.
Yes, that's why I let everyone else go.
Nice.
And then
As the horse clears, the door behind you opens, and the protocol droid goes, "Oh, I see you have finished. While not a record time, still admirable. Well done, combatants.
You just see Biggs's gun just like reverse of what it just did, pops back in, and he looks back at Ned, who has been invisible this whole time, but Biggs knows where he is. It's just like nods.
You receive a head cock in response.
Noted.
All right. Well, ladies and gents, you have given yourselves a little bit of combat. You've been given the mission and you know your time frame. What do you want to do now?
Well, I guess we head to Lothal.
Dante puts away his saber and goes, "Excellent job, everyone. Naz, I must admire just how strong your droid is."
There's a reason I got him.
I can tell.
At this point, Ned reappears like right next to Dante.
Dante, having seen so much combat, Dante doesn't react surprised, but in his brain, he goes, "Shit." like outwardly nobody sees it, but in his brain he goes, "Fuck."
It's the meme of like the thing appears next to you, it's just like, ah!
Yeah, pretty like that's what happens in Dante's brain. I think all of us are very capable of pursuing whatever lies before us, including what we know is about to come.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's just say we won't have to pursue anything. The asshole is quite stationary.
I would agree to that, Krat. However, I also know what is about to happen, and we may need to speak to the father about what is about to occur.
Yes, I had a thought of that. And if we are going to be sent on the same, how
Well,
you
it's not
say,
exactly the
goose
same.
chase that we were sent on before, how were we going to be here? How are we going to convince the council to let us be here for what we are sent back here to accomplish?
Please speak, Zeta. I apologize.
Oh, I just said
This
it's
is
not exactly the same.
Hmm.
Wild goose chase.
Well,
right, but
I cannot speak for Ned or Naz. I can only speak for myself. But I do think that all of you might be in agreement when I say, fuck the council. We do what we know is right.
Yeah. I do kind of like this guy, though.
I
If
do
memory
not.
serves, he's quite the prick. But you are more
At least
than
he's straight about it.
I will grant you
Not
that.
politicky.
For
Is
the
he though?
second time, do not assume his sexuality.
Sweetheart, it's not sexuality, baby.
Speak for yourself.
What I'm
Odo,
saying is they don't
Odo,
mean.
Odo is
Oh, man.
sneezing somewhere and has no idea why.
Biggs is just like, I do not understand what this is about. I have no references to innuendos.
We know. With that, I put away my lightsabers. With that, before we head off to Lothal, I at least suggest that we split off into two groups. One of us needs to gather as much information as possible, while the other group gathers our supplies and makes sure that we're ready for what comes ahead.
I, for one, have very, and I cannot stress this enough, very important business to take care of before we leave.
And what would that be, Krat?
It is a personal matter.
Very well.
I also have a
Thomas?
few. I
What?
also have a few split ends to tie up before we leave.
Thomas,
What?
Stay
inform
close.
the DM of your plans.
Please
Yeah,
stay
all
close.
right.
Don't leave me.
Oh, absolutely, I never would.
I'm assuming you don't say that out loud.
No, you're
I
not.
look to Naz and Zeta before we all head off in our own directions. Plus, I need to speak to Ned before we all start going our separate ways for some goddamn reason. I look to both Naz and to Zeta. I believe that you two are the most capable of finding knowledge on what our true enemy is. Could I trust you two to work together to try to find out more about, well, what is to come?
I will do my best.
As long as I can.
Perfect. I trust you two and your capable minds. I need to go and speak with Ned before he wanders off too far. If you need me, please contact me.
Side question: do we need supplies?
The
I
council has
look
gifted you supplies for the journey and the journey back.
I look at your armor and I look at Naz's armor. If we are going to get involved in what I think we are, it would be wise of us if we were more prepared. I would rather have supplies and not use them than be in a situation where I needed them and not have them.
Fair.
With that, I shall take my leave.
At some point in here, can we do a mechanics roll for my lightsaber so we don't forget?
We're working on that.
Let's
Yeah.
do that. Let's do that at the end. Let's do that at the end.
Okay, sounds good.
I
just
I
keep
go
forgetting to do
over I go over to Ned. And what shall you be doing till we leave for Lothal, my friend?
I believe this requires a shopping trip. And also I need to leave some tasks behind so that Twilly will not be left to her own devices.
Very well. If I may accompany you, I do believe that some additional armor pieces is required. I'd be more than happy to find them before we leave.
Suit yourself.
I hold a
Which
hand
is
out as
Ned,
for Ned to lead the way.
which is Ned talk for. Yeah, come on. let's go.
Like, me and Ned head off in our own adventures.
Yeah, we leave.
I guess I head toward the ship.
Yeah, we've got nowhere else to go, so we just head towards the ship.
Yeah.
I head to the post office.
Oh no. If you are about to do
Oh
what I
my
think you're about to
God.
do, motherfucker, I
Oh
am going
my
to
God.
stab you if you're about to do what I think you're about to do.
Do it. Do it. I don't know what it
No,
is, but do it.
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
God damn it.
Don't worry about it.
Just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it,
Don't,
dude.
don't worry about it.
I hate this. I hate this so much.
You know, it feels like you're worrying about it. We're telling you, don't.
Yeah, you
Just
don't
don't.
need to. You're fine.
I hate that I have to listen to this.
And we're gonna go with whoever's next. All right. So we split the party. We split the party. We're gonna go deal with the people who are headed to the ship first. Also, don't worry, Geo. Nothing's gonna happen. We already rolled for it. Anyway, you head back to the ship.
We're up next.
And Zeta, you remember the ship being in pretty good repair. And you remember the last time you were here, you had R9 on your ship.
Mm-hmm.
As you board, you are greeted by a familiar voice. Hello, Rod people. How are you doing?
No.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Hey, bud.
Hello, how is everything?
We're here.
Understandable. Here is not the worst place to be. Oh, look, we have new people.
Oh, God. You guys haven't met the droid yet, have you?
No. I am so confused as to why this droid is talking like this.
Oh no, it's even worse. You can understand it. It's not binary.
Again, more concern. Just is like,
What's happening?
Cedric, just do the voice. Just say something.
Oh no, I heard the voice.
Oh,
I'm just
yeah,
worried.
that's their droid.
Oh, what? What is this droid?
This is
I
Bud.
don't know why everyone is so freaked out. Like it makes my processor very confused.
What kind of
Cedric.
droid am I looking at here?
An astromech.
Cedric.
Astromech?
Negotiation check for whistling.
I'm so confused.
Wait, you weren't here. You went to the post office.
That's true. Never mind.
Hi there. What's your name?
Honestly, I don't remember my numerical designation, but my master called me Bud.
But okay. I feel like that
It
makes
felt
sense.
fitting.
My job on the ship is to help with astrogation and also to assist with any computer checks you might have. Do you require assistance on the computer?
Yeah, just run the basic setup for the ship. Make sure it's doing all right.
Oh, the ship is in tip-top condition. It has been retrofitted recently.
All right. Well, start getting her warmed up then.
Okay, I will be in the engine room.
No smoking this time.
The droid looks back at you and goes, honestly, it wasn't me. It was just the hyperdrive. And continues on.
How did you? Where
Bud.
did you find him like that?
Bud, you
Yeah.
better not be jacking in there.
You're
Yeah,
not here.
Found him on Hutta.
Biggs creates a profile on Bud.
Please tell me what it is.
Concerning. There is a deep level of concern.
Okay, so it's not just me. You're
He does his job well, at least.
that's good. I am glad about that. He hasn't caused any accidents, has he?
No? No,
Okay,
he's done good.
okay. He just seems a little spacey. Or can
Well,
be.
considering it's a droid that, pilots through space, spacey seems appropriate.
I mean, that was there, and I made that. I said that for that reason, but at the same time, I was also talking about,
All I'm aware you're discussing is mental state. I just love it
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, no. That's. Thank you for acknowledging it, but the explaining the pun back to me was concerning.
All right. Date and Ned, what are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, Date's with me. So I guess the first thing on my to-do list is to inform Twilly of my departure, and just kind of do that interaction. After that, it will be a shopping trip for gear and equipment.
Okay. So I made this decision because I was like, I don't know what voice to do for Twilly, but Twilly is going to be non-verbal. They're going to communicate through sign language. So that's the easiest way they're going to do things.
All right, cool.
So I don't have to come up with a character voice for them because no one wants to
Nope.
hear a Jawa.
Nah, you just talk regular.
Yep.
Yes.
So
Yes. No one wants to hear a Jawa.
I'm well aware of your prejudice, Ed.
I would imagine that I would also have learned sign language. If anything, at least learned enough to interact with her from the first part, and now it's just kind of a thing we do back and forth to each other.
I think honestly, you two kind of like adapted each other's sign language, so it's kind of like a Ned Twilly original. Like there's basic
We
universal
we,
sign.
we have like, yeah, we have like our own slang for different words.
There's definitely
Cool.
like traces of universal basic sign language, and then it just branched. So
Ours
you
is a
two
lot more
definitely
complex to help convey emotion.
exactly. There's definitely some non-traditional motions in here, but you see Twilly and she's actively like adorning her lightsaber, and you see her little mount is powered down, charging in her workshop. And as you walk in, she immediately puts the lightsaber down, puts both of her hands up, and is like, "Oh, greetings, master."
I signed back very briefly, like, hello. I convey to her that me and a few others have been sent on a mission. Um, that the workshop is under her protection.
Mhm.
She knows what she's not allowed to touch. She knows what she's allowed to touch. She knows the rules. I tell her, how long are we supposed to be gone for this trip?
Uh, Travel time to Lothal should be about a week and a half. So all told, it
Gotcha.
should be anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks, depending on how long you're on Lothal and wherever it takes to find.
Also, if I can retcon something very minor, but also maybe not, because I know what is potentially coming, could I, in my many years of prepping, have created some kind of very quick escape route from away from the temple?
I'm gonna ask for a knowledge lore check because making it difficult, finding one much less so.
All right, knowledge lore. That is not something I'm good at.
It's gonna be a 3 purple check.
3 purple. Now it's against 4 green, so we'll see how this goes. The dice have not been kind to me. Hey,
That
look
was
at that!
There
Wow.
are secret passages, including one not from directly to the council chamber, but a couple spaces adjacent to it. So it is theoretically possible that if the council actually wanted to duck and run instead of stand and fight, you could save most of them.
Okay. So at that point, this would be where I very not discreetly, but very vaguely tell Twilly that while I'm gone, keep a close eye on my scanners, and if anything seems like bad, I trust her judgment to get the hell out of here. I don't say anything why for fear of breaking the timeline, but I inform to her as vaguely but as importantly as I can. Because right now and this is to Ned's own issue that he's working through. She is very important and she matters above anything else to Ned now.
So she gives the signal for affirmative. It says, "Do you know where you're going?"
I kind of just spell out well, the planet and then spell out Lothal.
Mm-hmm. You see her nod, and she looks down for a second before signing, "I hear loth cats are cute. If you see one, take a picture."
I nod once and then I sign, "May the Force be with you."
she signs back, and also with you, Master, before turning back to her lightsaber pipe. And as you, Ned, are watching, she has the entirety of her force pipe taken apart. And you see her adding a small bit of brass taken from your last mission. She's adding it to the array chamber in kind of like an ornamentation.
So goddamn proud of that little Jawa. Ned, kind of like as Twilly gets engrossed back in her work, Ned just kind of like as he leaves, takes one last look at his shop and at Twilly, just steels himself and leaves his workshop.
And on that note, Date, what were you doing?
I was watching the furious hen moments go back and forth between the Jawa and the bug. I have no idea what they said to each other.
Do you speak universal basic sign language?
No, I was just watching in amazement as these guys multiple times just use sign language in front of each other that nobody in their hopes and dreams could ever read.
Yeah, they're pretty prolific.
It's one of those I'm watching a rock concert and I have no idea what's playing.
Yeah. By the way, for those interested, Krat did send a letter to Odo, and no, it didn't find its way there.
I fucking hate you. I hate you with every fiber of my being.
He got the address
It didn't
wrong.
find its way. He wrote the address wrong.
I'm thankful, but still.
It was worth rolling for.
I think it's sweet.
Whatever. Odo
For what
should
it's
not be
worth,
a part of
Talia is very confused because she's not dating Odo in this universe.
Oh.
You motherfucker! What?
You told me that I had full force and creative control.
Oh!
What'd you do? I missed
You.
it.
Oh.
Oh, Lord.
I is done. I is done. I'm not Odo.
So
I don't belong to Odo.
as that happens, you would see Ned just kind of like sign something. Twilly walks away, and I just start to walk out of the. I start to walk out.
I follow.
All right.
Very calmly.
I'm gonna make an astrogation check for Bud.
Don't fail me now.
Stars are aligning.
What the fuck?
The stars. they don't make sense.
Like, bro, there's just so many.
There are so many fucking stars, bro.
Zeta, I'm out my mind.
You need to give me more of that Robo Kush.
Zeta, am I vibrating or is the ship?
I can't tell. Zeta, hold me down. I fear my thrusters are activating.
So, you can find your way to Lothal. It will not be the easy route.
I'm gonna get help from the Sithers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. How would the Sith like to assist?
Ed, I do have astrogation if you want to roll or see if I can help roll in some way.
I got chicken fingers, so no, like literally raw chicken. I'm cutting up raw chicken for the dog's food.
Oh, well, give me like 3 minutes to get back into the. Vanna, come on.
Let me see.
Still up to running. Let's
Cedric,
go.
Do you
this
want
isn't
me to
gonna
roll? Here, Cedric, would you like her to roll astrogation, or do you just like want to add something to?
Give her
I'm
time.
just
We're
gonna
in
add
no
a
rush.
blue and see how that does.
What?
I'm just gonna add a blue and see how that does.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, because Biggs ain't got astrogation.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, that tracks.
The fuck?
Cedric, this isn't gonna help in any way, shape, or form, but can Krat make one?
Yeah.
Is it the same like 3 purple?
How much does Crack know about the galaxy?
Well, the thing is that I could use a force because here Krat in no way, shape, or form is gonna help get them there, but he's gonna do his classic point in the exact direction that it is.
I mean, yeah, you can do a seek check and absolutely that'll point things in the right direction.
Okay.
It's that way.
Yeah. Krat walks onto the ship covered in stamps and is just like, it's that way.
So, like,
Sir.
Fucking
Banner.
stamps.
Out of the kitchen. I might be on the same
They
level.
wouldn't let me buy just one.
the
I had to
sofa.
buy a pack of 3,000.
Heavy.
And anyway,
outside.
one got stuck onto my fur, and I kind of lost control from there.
I think there's about 40 on me, and the rest are in the wind. Anyways, the planet is in that direction.
I don't know what I would do without you, big white hairy man.
All right, negotiation, because I'm here.
Yep. Same
It's
difficulty.
time.
What is it?
It is 1 red and 1 purple.
Yes!
What?
I say you are my best friend.
Take 2 strain as your proboscis doesn't crack, but definitely is what's the word I'm thinking of? Tweaked.
Yeah.
But you see Bud turn to you and go like, honestly, we haven't known each other that long, but I feel you are a kindred soul.
Thumbs up.
And
Still covered in stamps.
as we take off in hyperspace towards Lothal,
Wait.
we're gonna
Whoa, whoa,
shopping.
whoa, hang on.
Dude, we're not even done shopping yet.
Dude, we're not even on the ship.
So there's gonna be more shit going on. Heard. I thought everyone was heading back towards the
Yeah,
ship.
No!
I got a lot more shit to do.
How many credits do you
This,
have?
this
Yeah, let
mission
me
was
worry
just
about
given
that.
to us. Well, first and foremost, I got like, this is assuming that my credits carried over from my last character sheet. I got like 9,000 plus credits.
They did.
Like I said, let me worry
Also,
about that.
also, we're in wartime. I want to go to the Jedi Quartermaster and get Jedi armor for me, Zeta, and Date, if
Again,
possible.
this is not a war mission, and you were warned by the council that you are not being given war dispensation.
That was one of the parts that cut out for me.
This is why we're
Apologies.
going shopping, Ned. We're going to
I was
go
going
buy
shopping.
our armor.
I was going shopping for myself.
And
You
I
can
will
tag
wait
along.
a little longer. I'll be right back.
Okay. No, I was not going shopping for the group. Ned was going to gear up for himself.
Fair
Because
enough.
In an actual, yeah.
The
But
thing is, I knew like for the modifications that we talked about, we were going to have to like go outside the council. So like I've already prepared for this moment. I know what I'm doing.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I've been like just passively shopping as we've been kind of doing stuff, but unless Date wants to have dialogue like, aside from small talk, I mean, I guess we just have a shopping episode.
The thing is that I've talked with you and Cedric about what I'm looking for. So I mean, it's not even so much a shopping episode as much as it is I am using my abilities as a master to help us find what we're looking for, and that is specifically cortosis, so that all of us can survive a little bit longer if we run into a lightsaber. So like that's my biggest thing. Beyond that, I am helping you find what you need, and then we're going onto the ship.
Okay. I'm gonna write down.
All right.
A list right here.
What are we doing?
Cedric, if you're trying to end the session, that's
I'm
fine,
not.
but I'm gonna make.
Kind of-
Okay.
you guys can definitely go shopping. That was more of like I saw a decent endpoint and was like, okay, that seems like a good place to roll credits. But if you guys have more shit you want to do, I can play with this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
First of all, Cedric, I think you know what my first item on the list is, and it's probably going to be the hardest item to find, so let's get it out of the way. I am finding cortosis for every single member of the party.
Finding what?
Cortosis.
Cortosis. Lightsaber resistant metal.
Oh.
So specific. I will give you an option. There are several lightsaber resistant materials, cortosis being one of them, Beskar iron being another. If you are not picky about which one you pick up, the difficulty goes down slightly.
I don't care so much about the difficulty as much as us being able to get enough for every member of the party.
That's going to be a hard ask.
I'm willing to make that bet.
Okay, so you're going to have to deal with multiple vendors and with multiple people in order for that to happen. How many pieces are you looking for?
Let's see. Biggs, Naz, me, Krat, Ned, and Zeta. So there should be one for each member. So there should be at
Are
least
these
6.
full armor sets, or are you looking for one piece of armor per person?
I'm looking for the modification to armor that we can then add to everyone's armor to make them more resilient to lightsabers. I'm not looking for cortosis armor. I'm looking for armor pieces to add to everyone's armor so that way they're more resilient.
So
raw
yes,
cortosis or Beskar, however you want to put that.
it's totally fine. It's just that's still going to up the rarity because you're going to have cortosis weave for an entire armor set versus just like a forearm or something.
No, I got it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me do some bullshit real fast because I need to figure out other equipment, mods, gear, armor. Gio, is this in mods?
It should be an armor. Let me take a look here if you're looking at what I think you're looking at.
Weave, yeah. Cortosis weave, gotcha.
Okay.
8.
Now, keep in mind we are on Coruscant, which is a major trade route and
Yep,
also a
give me a
core
second
world.
to remind myself about GM Holocron.
Yeah, it should be -2 off of the rarity, which would put it at 6, which would make it 3 purple. At least as a base difficulty.
As a base difficulty, sure. But this is also wartime, which would upgrade that difficulty another time, because everything would be broader to the front. Okay, so yeah. You're going to make a 1 red, 2 purple, and 2 black check using
Negotiation.
negotiation, sure.
I'll offer some untrained help.
Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Guessing your negotiations
I
higher.
am also going to spend a destiny point to allow me to use influence to help with my negotiation check. Allow me to use all of my force dice to add to the negotiation check.
Sure.
I am going to use every single bit of those dark side points to make it to where I succeed in the check and finding it.
Okay. You got 60,000 credits?
I will speak with the guy and let him know that the Jedi Council is paying for all of this.
Again, you don't have wartime dispensation.
Yeah, so bill
How
the
are you
Jedi
gonna cover
Council.
that?
They'll pay for it.
Says who?
Says me, and I will use influence again to tell them, yeah, bill the Jedi Council.
He's lying to this man.
Okay, I mean, you're welcome to lie, but you're gonna take a shit ton of conflict for that. Are you good with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So you write a promissory note for 60,000 credits.
Yeah, just bill the Jedi Council. They'll pay for it.
Take 8 conflict.
Fine.
All right, and everyone has Cortosis armor.
Well, we have the mods to
Yeah, you
add to
have the
everybody's armor.
wings
Ned
loaded
still
in
needs to make it all.
Mm-hmm.
I like how you're just putting all of this on me.
I'm gonna help you.
Yeah, he's still gonna have to roll it 6 times.
Yeah.
I can help you. Don't worry about that.
Let me see. What to look for. I was just looking for one thing for right now, Cedric, that's like pressing. Other than that, I'm just gonna be shopping.
Sure, what's the thing?
I'm gonna send you discreetly what it is.
Because you never say anything out loud.
Why would I?
Yeah, you
Does
and your
anyone else have
DM
anything they
you
want
and
to
your
do while
DM
this is
bullshit.
going on?
What, Cedric?
I was addressing the rest of the group and seeing if they had anything else they wanted to deal with while this was going on.
Don't think so.
All right.
I will say that if it's just shopping, we can go ahead and get back onto the ship and do all the
Yeah, and then
shopping
we'll
out
just...
of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I will say once everyone's back on the ship, I want to ask everyone a question, but like, no rush to do that.
Alrighty.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry.
It's
You're
fine.
good. I think we're just waiting on Ned to do his secret dealings with the DM so we can get on with it.
The secrets.
Literally, that's all it is. Just secrets of secrets of secrets.
What's wrong
Yeah,
with that?
unfortunately.
So we
Sadly,
don't have
nothing.
Cortosis armor?
We have enough. We have enough mods for everyone to have Cortosis armor. We just need to go ahead and install it with everybody.
Nice.
Yeah, good luck getting Krat into some armor.
You have to literally install it, like forge it into Biggs.
Ned can do that.
I mean,
If anyone can.
Ned's got a pretty good skill. Not to mention, as horrifying as powerful as Biggs is, putting Cortosis on them would just make them scarier, and I'm all about that.
I don't know if I am, but we're here, so.
Real quick, if I may get Date's help with this.
Yes.
Cedric, can I inform Date of what I'm looking for? And see if I can get him to make the roll, because there is no way I'm succeeding at that roll.
Yeah, you better not be hiding it from me while helping me find it for you, motherfucker.
You can inform him. That is up to you.
Wait, it says Odo Texas used a light side point. Who is Odo Texas?
It's the fact that Geo originally joined as Odo but had to change his character.
That's
Okay,
a
so
good
it's
point,
still-
though.
It still says that it's Odo.
Yeah. So
Okay. I was confused. I didn't know if that was like some Cedric bullshit or something.
Cedric,
not.
that would be the same rolling. I will use again my my destiny point to make the roll easier. So it would essentially be the same roll.
You're burning through the destiny points, but sure.
Well, if I fail it, I will flip
It's
one.
alright.
Do you want it to still be 1 red, 2 purple, and 2 black?
For this, yeah, it's still going to be
Okay.
the same thing.
All right, I'm just double checking.
Nice.
It's better.
I
It
use
is
the 2
better.
light side points to get rid of the 2 threats.
There you go.
Wonderful. It's not even expensive. It's just hard to find.
No, I get it. I have seeked this item before.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right, we're back on the ship outside of Ned finding some other items, but we're back on the ship.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so Biggs, Naz, can you help my droid find this fucking system, perchance?
I will do my best.
What was being requested?
Finding the system.
I am unfortunately not programmed for navigation.
Don't be
It's
mean
All
to,
right.
to
Crash
Bud.
has already pointed me in the right direction. He is my best friend.
We are such good friends.
Okay, so
If-
we've got a good
if-
jump, not a difficult jump anymore.
If no one can, I can take a smack at it.
I'm okay with helping. I'm waiting for the okay / difficulty. Yeah.
Are you making the roll on your own?
I was going to.
Okay. It is going to be 3 purple and 2 black. You do not get those 2 black actually because you are Sith, so you would understand the routes that you need to go to bypass any blockades and such. Go ahead. It's going to be 3 purple.
Okay. That was.
I mean, you could flip that last destiny point to get that success.
I mean, I might as well.
Yeah.
Unless anybody's
don't
adamantly against it.
No, if anything, I can do some rolls to help us out there, but you're fine.
Would you like me to attempt an astrogation check? Oh well, I was gonna. Okay, well.
Sorry. It was like a
Right
half a second
now,
after.
You
I mean,
have a clear path to Lothal, a straight jump.
Wonderful.
We were still rolling in initiative. I apologize. Yeah, Jules, you say that now.
Well, my thought is, I don't think you're gonna use 8. I'm pretty sure you could do whatever you're gonna do, either way.
Oh no.
Probably.
Look at all those fun little points for Cedric to play with.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, he can only use like 1 or 2 at a time. Per the rules. But I mean,
Per
you
the
know.
rules, but you also forget that if I trap you guys in a combat, that's a lot of characters I can use destiny points for.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I'm
Granted,
not worried.
you guys already had
I'm
some
not
combat.
worried.
So on that note,
You guys have a straight path to Lothal. You can jump there right now, should you choose, or you also know where the Vergence is. It's a slightly more difficult astrogation check. You can jump straight to Adelon should you choose. However, the only people who know where that is, Pratt, Ned, and Zeta.
Before we
Lothal.
launch, I know that Krat wants to ask something before we launch. I once again look to the group. Before we do this, if there's anything anyone wants to say before we lift off, good or for ill, say it now. Otherwise, we are in this to the end. All of us.
Yes, I have something.
Speak, Krat.
To put it bluntly, are we doing this mission? Because for 3 of us, yes, going and finding the Vergence may be, 1, a good use of time, and 2, quite interesting. But for the rest of us, it is a waste of time and terrible. So, my question is, do we actually go and look for this Vergence, or do we basically kill time for 2 months saying that we are looking?
I mean,
Because
I don't
honestly, I don't want to talk to Bendu again.
I don't particularly either, but I also think that the information we might get could be useful.
But remember last time, do you really think he will give us a single ounce of helpful information?
Probably not, but
He will just tell us that our war is stupid, and our whole point right now is to protect the Jedi Council, which was the first to tell us that it is stupid.
I hold up my hand to speak with Krat for a moment.
Yes, of course.
First, you're assuming that the father that sent us back is the same person we will meet if we head to the Vergence. I suspect that may not entirely be the case.
yeah, there may be something different.
It very well could be Zeta. I think that until we are completely sure of what we are dealing with, knowledge, as the Council wishes to have, is not entirely out of what we need in this situation.
Also, and I look at Krat and Ned, we're before the father created Mortis right now, right?
As far as the timeline goes, yes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
The hiccup, I will call it, has not yet to happen, but it will happen quite soon.
I just spent a destiny point, and I'm going to tell you why.
Because you can't sit still for 5 minutes.
No, because I need to explain some timey-wimey bullshit for you guys.
Of course.
Okay.
Once the world between worlds has been created, it has always been created.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
So there will be no 4-second force silence.
That's good to know at least.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
Um, yeah,
Yeah,
I just
don't
think
look
that
for it.
do we run the risk of going there and having all of our ideals and all of our decisions questioned once again? Or because the Jedi Council is going to be none the wiser of what we're doing, regardless of what we do. God knows they're incompetent.
I won't disagree with you on that, Krat. But then what
Most of
alternative do you pretend that we should look at? The Jedi Council is different from what all of us remember, except for Ned, obviously. But we don't know if the sacking of Coruscant, even with the resetted timeline, will be the same as it was.
This is
Mm,
true. I'm
he has
not
a
saying
point.
we shouldn't go. I just wanted to bring it up to everybody because I think that me, Ned, and Zeta have a bit more of an insight on how this went last time.
This is very
Ned-
true.
Ned has just been watching Krat this whole time, like, when did he get this smart?
um,
Yeah,
Dante kind of
I think it's
Go ahead.
it's a hard it's a hard line to walk because I think that it's, you know, because obviously I'm pushing my own like ideals on this, but I think that mostly it's just Krat doesn't want to talk to Bendu again, and that's where I'm leaning. Like he just doesn't want to waste his time, like because he is slow, yes, but he's not necessarily stupid, you know? Like
Mm-hmm.
so he's just like I don't want if the whole point of us coming back here is to protect the Jedi Council, then like us going and talking to Bendu is a waste of a month because that's how long it took us to get there last time.
So
that
true.
we know of. The
Right, right,
problem
right, right,
is
right.
that yeah, like it could be
Yes,
different
but
this time.
right there, that's where it becomes that's too smart of a thought.
Fair enough. So
Like-
so Dante gets up from his chair and goes, "I share your concerns, Krat. I truly do. But we must remember that as much knowledge as the three of you have of the previous timeline and what events are to occur when we meet the Father and the Vergence may not necessarily be true this time. I don't disagree that the sacking of Coruscant takes priority. What I do disagree on is that this may be our only chance to actually help with the sacking of Coruscant this time around. And if that is the case,
Fair enough.
we must go."
As much as I don't want to talk to that fuck again, I do think any information we might be able to get is worth it.
I would agree. I look to Naz, and then I look to Ned to see if they agree.
With each other or with you?
No, I'm just seeing if they agree with still go to the Vergence regardless of the information that we've just talked about.
It's one of those where Naz does not have those same memories.
Weren't there the first time around.
Yeah. So she is very much indifferent as to what happens. Her main job is to protect you all at the moment, and Big's job is to protect her. So that's all really. She's like, if y'all don't want to go, I can't make you go. I got the coordinates, but
Is there something else that you would suggest that we do then, Naz?
not really.
Then would you say that this is our best course of action?
It's this is so hard because it's like to Geo, I can be like, he's an asshole. Let's not go there again. But to Dante, I can't really explain, especially as a stupid character, the level of like asshole we're dealing with.
It is
Not-
like
I get it. I get it because I have no idea what's going to happen over there. Biggs would have no idea what's going on with timeline stuff. This is just
Ned
way
Ned
above my
speaks
pay
up.
grade.
Ned speaks up. The whole reason that we went to Bendu was to find where the Vergence was, to figure out and to be transported there. And correct me if I'm wrong, Cedric, that is exactly why we went where we went to Bendu.
Bendu was the Vergence. The reason you got to talk to the father was because Odo asked who the fuck hurt my girlfriend.
yeah, basically pointed a gun at the Vergence.
Gotcha.
Fair.
So
Fair.
so we have to go to Bendu because he's the Vergence.
You know where the Vergence is. You can easily tell the council, hey, I know where this is, but that's going to lead to some awkward questions of how the fuck do you know that?
Right, and that's that's what Krat's kind of bringing up is like we could just like chill for a month, and then just come back and be like, hey, it's Bendu. He's an asshole. He's just some like neutral boy. Moving on.
Um,
This is
question as well. Did the Seeing Stone? What about the Seeing Stone?
It's different because I asked about that at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, but with the Seeing Stone, didn't it give you like a lot of clarity?
It gave me Bendu's location, but now the council has given us Bendu's location. Well, the Vergence's location. I should say that. Because
Okay,
the
so
Seeing
okay,
Stone gave us the Vergence's location, but now the council's like, hey, here's the Vergence. Go here.
Did they though?
give you a general.
Yeah, technically
Well-
they told us Lothal.
I was about to say we don't even know if Bendu's
Yeah.
actually there.
Yeah, that's true.
They gave you a general location.
which
Yeah, so it might be something
planet
else.
which planet was the Sage Stone on?
The Seeing Stone was on Typhon.
Typhon.
It was on Tython, so we had to go to Tython to figure out that's at Lothal. But now they've sent something at Lothal. Granted, it's a new Grand Master of the Order, so they may have had more clarity. But how they got the clarity, uncertain.
Uncertain at this point.
Bendu's the Vergence, and what exactly did? Because this is where I was like cutting out a little bit. The council just wanted us to go confirm where the Vergence was, correct?
To be
Yeah.
fair, we're also assuming that it's the same Vergence.
Yeah, because Bendu's on Adelon, so it's like
It could not. It could very well not be Bendu again.
yeah,
it could
so
be
it's
something different.
probably not. Probably something completely different.
Are Lothal and Adelon, aren't they close?
They are.
Adelon's the moon, isn't it?
Nope. Adelon is a system just one jump over.
Okay.
So
they're
close galaxy-wise, anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I just don't want to waste. I just don't want to waste time going and because basically this is gonna extremely diminish Cedric's whole awesome story, but it's like basically this entire story has been a waste of time. Like it's been us running around finding bullshit and then being like, "Oh, you got to go here." And then that's where we go and then it's like, "Oh, you just missed it. It's over here." And then like we've just been running around and then they're like, "Oh yeah, Coruscant was sacked. Now let's go deal it." Like again, Cedric greatly diminishing your story. Your story is incredible. But like that's what we've been doing.
From a character standpoint, we've been given the runaround by the council, by the Sith,
Exactly.
by Bendu, by the Father. So
Right.
it would behoove us to, if at all possible, to just go straight to where we need to go.
To
Right.
be fair,
This
though, this is all outside information on the current timeline, and that doesn't mean we can't start recruiting for the sacking of Coruscant while we're on our journey.
Well, I would be able to piece this together.
What were you gonna say, Ed?
This is this is all just like this is like playing a video game like for the third time and you figured out how to streamline it so that you can get past those little side missions that give you enough XP. It's like no, you just go straight through the storyline and there it is. You got it. It's there.
Yeah.
It's like Majora's Mask if every time you reset it, it changed a little bit.
Well, but what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that we can also recruit people to help with the sacking of Coruscant while we're doing this journey.
But
And
well,
if we come across people, that's fine. But
if we follow the same trajectory, we won't come across people.
yeah. So we're going over. Let's just go to Lothal because we know Bendu's not there. Let's just go to Lothal because we have time before the sacking. Let's just go to Lothal,
That's
see if
like a
anything
month
has
away,
changed.
right? Right, Cedric? That's like a month's
Like a week.
Cedric said a
hyperdrive
week.
away. Oh,
Week and
it's
a
a week?
Yeah.
It's a week
Oh,
and a
I
half
must.
and a
I'm
week
thinking
and
of
a
something different then.
Python was
Okay.
a month out. Or
That's
no, wait,
right.
no. Something was a month out. Something was a
Mortis.
month travel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a
Mortis was a
month
month.
between
Yes,
and
yes, Mortis was the month travel.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. I just don't want to like Thomas doesn't want to waste time because we
So
got this
video-
fucking impending apocalypse coming and we only have 2 months to solve it. And a week out of that 2 months is a long time to just waste if we're going to like be
Which
sending it to some,
Oh.
random ass planet, which also
Oh.
fuck the council. Like so
okay, so my vote, and I imagine like as Ned raises his hand, he's speaking so fast, like much like Sherlock Holmes, just like really fast, really descriptive, and eventually just lands on. I believe we stay the path. I believe we stay the path to Lothal, and see if anything has changed.
I would agree.
If things have changed from either of the timelines that I can remember cleanly, then we can go from there. But if they are the same, then we will react in kind.
Date kind of smirks a little bit, and says, "You just had to add that last part about you knowing, didn't you?"
It's only fact. Why would I exclude it? And I cock my head at you.
I smile and I go, "No reason." I look to the rest of the table to see if everybody else is in agreement.
I like to think that all of that conversation and all of that arguing was basically out of character. And so, like, Crap brings up this point, and then as soon as Ned is like, nah, let's just keep going, he's just like, okay.
All right.
because we know Bendu's on Adelon. Going to Lothal will not hurt. If anything, it's a nice place to just sit and gather our thoughts while we figure out what to do next.
Yeah, not being tracked by the council, and they're just kind of like, they're not
Exactly.
worried about us right now. Yeah.
It's an out of the way
Yeah.
system. We're fine.
The Sith occupied planet is a nice place to relax. I love that logic.
Indeed.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
No, it's totally fine.
Also, before we go, I make sure that my ship isn't trackable to the Jedi, or tied back to the Jedi at all.
I will almost definitely help you with that.
Why don't you just let me do that,
That
sweetheart? I can, because last time
Jedi.
Ned,
Would you like a Seek, Javen, to help you find
I
all
would
the
I would
points?
love a Seek. I would love a Seek to help.
okay?
Fine.
Make a deep roll. Ned, make a mechanics check with 1 purple.
Just one.
All right,
You
so
know exactly what you're looking for.
And this will
Yeah.
be a new roll, no longer with a blue, but with a white.
wow.
Wow. 2 times.
Because
Okay.
because due to my class change, I no longer have the inventor ability, but I do have more in the manipulate force tree, as Ned has
Wow.
accepted the force a little bit more.
Yeah. So it is easy enough to find the one tracer that was put on the ship because
With
most
2
Jedi ships-
triumphs. I just
most
saw the
Jedi
2
ships-
triumphs.
Decide how you would like to spend those triumphs. If you would like to upgrade the ship in some way, or if you would like to just remove any traces and any tracers of any variety.
I am. You know what? Because it's a mechanics check, I want to. You obviously use the successes. Use the successes to get the tracers off. I want to spend. If I spend 2 triumphs, can I make this ship completely untraceable? Or like put in some kind of like
Scrambler
some
or something.
some kind of alarm to where if a tracer is put onto our ship, I will know immediately, like on my hilt or something.
You're not going to have a scrambler installed, but I will let you install a essentially a secondary VIN number so that you have a spoofed identity. 1, spoofed identity with 2 triumphs.
Cool.
So
I like to think as you're
Taylor,
going
what
around.
would be your
Sorry.
what would be the spoof identity for your ship? What would they show up as on the radar? And it can be a silly name, it can be serious. What would your
What is the actual name of the ship, Jules?
don't have one.
We had decided something.
Because I feel like
Nope.
we did decide on
Gauntlet?
something. The Gauntlet?
We did.
Okay. So the ship is called the Gauntlet.
Okay.
The spoof identity that Ned would make is uh the Swan's Fortune.
All right.
Swan's little parade.
the Swan's little parade.
Nope, it's the Swan Fortune. That's what you said first.
Swan's Fortune. No. That was a Dimension 20 reference.
Yeah.
All right. So the original name of the ship is the Gauntlet. It spoofs as the Swan's Fortune. That'll be your burner identity, so to speak. Is the party headed to Lothal, or are you headed straight to Adelon?
I'm pretty sure we all said Lothal, so
I think
Yeah,
Lothal.
let's hit Lothal first.
Yep.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to do in the week and a half journey out there?
Well, I have been tasked, without being told, that cortosis is meant to be applied to armor.
And we also need to deal with a lightsaber crystal.
We do.
So, yeah.
So it looks like a lot of fucking rolls from Ned is your answer.
to be fair, those could all be done out of session. I would say if anybody needs to have role play sessions, now would be the time, considering we're having a week.
Yes. So if conversations need to happen between individuals, now would be the time. And in fact, while those role plays are happening, why doesn't Cedric just funnel some rolls at me, and I'll just do it in the background?
All right. I'm down to I have no time to I need to go to bed. So I'm down to do like whatever conversations we need to on the way there. But I'm gonna go pee while you're doing those rolls, so I'll be right back.
Okay. I not to take the reins here, but I would say that if Biggs or Naz. Okay. Sorry, I'm pleased the way that I spell names. It's gonna take me a second. Naz, nasty, nasty.
Yes.
Got
Yeah.
okay.
There we go.
Naz.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Think of
Hopefully
nasty.
hopefully I got it.
Think of nasty, and that's how I get it.
Nasty. Okay, so Naz and Biggs, do you two interact at all in the entire week that you're on the ship with either myself, Krat, or I guess Date?
Actually, me and Naz are having a conversation right now. So
Yeah.
Okay. That's all well and good. Because Ned would definitely not approach the two of you unless you approached him.
I was about to say Biggs is out the same policy. It doesn't pretty much just goes back into the engine room and powers down.
Yeah, I don't think I would, especially because I can. Both you and Krat have made your feelings towards me very well known. I wouldn't go out of my way to seek you out, but if we were to happen to be like in common areas, I would be pleasant and just be like, here's how you doing. Cool, good. I'm gonna go back over here. Please don't hurt me.
And in response, you would receive a nod.
You know, I think this might be because the rest of the party kind of gets Pratt's vibe, and I think that this might be the first time that, because in the first time we were traveling together, it was very like standoffish just because we didn't know each other. But like I think that on the trip to the planet we're going to, you would understand that Krat legitimately will never hurt you. Like he might even approach you guys and just be like, "Hey, like how is your day going?" Like he
Yeah,
does
and
like go on.
I don't feel like Krat would hurt. It's definitely one of those, like, I know that you wouldn't, but I know that you don't necessarily like me, so I'm not going to um go not I would gladly talk to you, and I would, again, saying the same way, if you came up with me, she would gladly have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
uh
Yeah,
so
I think it's just like because Krat just he doesn't like Sith, and then he, but also like is aggressively nonviolent. Like he does not like confrontation. He does not like so in his mind he's like, you know what? I know that at some point you're going to be a problem, but you're not one right now. So fuck it. Like you know, live in the moment. Be one with the force. Like whatever. Like it's so I think that Krat is very like genuinely nice to you like along this whole ride.
okay.
It's just when we're talking about like when we're having a conversation about like you guys being Sith, and like Krat like in his heart believes you will betray them, but like he's not thinking about that right now. Like he's just like looking at hyperspace. I mean, like it's beautiful, isn't it?
And it's because of that, I think she finds your, I would say, like, almost innocence and just like mildly adorable, and just like, I don't think I could hurt this person physically. It's very much a mutual, like, I don't bother you, you don't bother me. Just
Yeah, because even when he threatened you, he was just like, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just not gonna stop my friend. Like
yeah.
that's yeah. I do also think it's funny how you're saying like the innocence when it's like I am the most heavy dark side user of the entire party. Like I have done it more than anyone else has by
And
far.
And and and
and so
I need
I've
to
got a
second
question
that
about
here. I need to
when
second
Yeah,
that here. He has rolled like 7 dark side points on his 4 force die and has used them all on things before.
yeah, yeah.
He's a
and
It
I,
menace.
is terrifying.
my question for Cedric would be, would I be able to kind of sense his tendency to lean towards the dark side?
Good point.
That's a really good point, actually.
Yeah.
You would, but here's the kicker. Pratt's use of the dark side hasn't been selfish.
Also true. He has done it when we have needed it the most.
It's a very odd sense in that, like Darth Millennial, who maybe it wasn't Millennial, but there was a Darth, or maybe it was Vetravis or something. There was a Darth who literally used and researched the dark side for intellectual purposes. Pratt's Pratt is different. Pratt isn't using the dark side for selfish purposes. He's using it to better his friends, not in a selfish manner, but he still seeks that affirmation, that emotional aspect of the force. And almost like a yin to your yang, it's the dark, but it's not your dark.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's more like fear. It's more like fear of losing his friends and anger at like the council and for lying to him and for wanting him to commit violence throughout the galaxy. But it's not like it's not projected necessarily towards just like random people,
Okay.
which is what has honestly made Krat such an interesting character to play because I have to play a heavy dark side user but a non-violent one.
So
And
very
a not
kind of very
selfish
much
one.
living in the gray.
Kind of. I
Pratt
guess.
in the weirdest sense, Krat is the ultimate gray Jedi because he's not using the dark side for selfish gain, but he's not using the light side for wholly
Yeah,
selfless reasons either.
because he learned from the father. Like, but also Krat has used the dark side to emotionally manipulate people to do what he wants because the father taught him that. So I guess that's maybe selfish. I don't know.
I would put it as the difference evil between murderous intent and the kind of evil that just fucks people over. There's almost no
Yeah.
hatred. There's almost no hatred in the sort of evil that just wants to fuck everyone over, but there is certainly some evil malice intent in people who want to murder.
Yeah, it's just neglect. It's just like
Yeah.
general neglect of everyone else, but not necessarily selfish because he's not doing it for his gain. He's doing it for his friends.
It's anger, but not anger enough to murder.
Yeah, no, he would never harm anyone. It's like that is his sole principle. Is violence is bad. But yeah, I think that even I feel like that I feel like you would take it as kind of awkward, but I think that Krat would talk to you and it would be kind of a simple conversation like small talk.
Mm-hmm.
But it is genuine. Like it literally, like same thing as like how's the weather today? Like looking at hyperdrive and being like, wow, look at all those stars.
Oh, we
But-
got
but
some
it's like-
whales. We
Yeah,
got
but it's
some
like
whales.
genuine. I
I
talked
think
to a whale once.
I think after a while, because I know that Ned is very busy creating armors for people, I would ask Naz, Zeta, and Krat to meet me in a conference room to speak about our next move at least.
Sure.
So I
I'm
kind of
sorry,
sit in a chair.
Did
No, you're
did you
building
say that-
shit.
that-
Go away.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
But
Hey, you shut the fuck up. I'm taking your armor back. Your armor's not the airlock.
Sorry.
Motherfucker. Put some respect on that shit. Asshole.
I sit down with Zeta and Naz, and I kind of lean over the table. Unfortunately, I'm still in my arbiter mode, where it's kind of like I'm so used to sitting at the head of the table that I don't know what it's like to be not important. I just gotta sit down and I go, so what do we know about the person who is going to be heading the attack from 2 years or from a couple months from now? Have we learned anything new?
you mean Darth Mar?
Is that his name?
Yeah, Malgus?
Malgus.
I think it's Darth Mar?
Malgus is the person who leads the attack. Darth Mar was the person who you saw on the essentially the pirate radio option later. He was the council member who basically told everyone, "Hey, we now own your shit. Good luck."
Gotcha. Okay, so yes, Malgus.
Have we learned anything more about Malgus since we've left?
I heard he has trouble chewing taffy.
While true, irrelevant.
Krat begins to form a plan of throwing a bunch of taffy at him, but then realizes that's probably not the best option.
First of all,
He
how
can't
dare
resist.
you attack his insecurities?
I'm a dark side user. That's what I do.
I
fingers off the
specifically
list.
look to Naz and Zeta to see if they have learned anything or have discovered anything about the attack a couple months from now.
Could I roll something to see if I can find something?
Uh,
Like if I've been doing research or anything like that, if I could find something.
give me a second. I accidentally put myself outside the dice roller, so I got to get back in there.
No worries.
No worries to me. I am having another drink.
I mean, if I could use one of my contacts, but I'm also would not use one of my contacts with present company.
My husband
That's
brought me
probably
salmon
smart.
and shrimp and grits.
Yep.
You can
Yep.
use your mechanic contact. That's about the only one you might trust, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I don't know how much they would know.
I mean, honestly, your contacts might be the best we got.
Okay.
For info.
Okay. I apologize. My focus is shifted between 3 different things. What am I being?
I was
I
just
pulled.
wondering if
Well,
I can do anything to find information about Malgus or anything like that.
Okay. Is this just a Jules-centric thing, or are you trying to access archives? What are you trying to do?
Sorry, Jules. I don't mean to interrupt, but I asked Krat, Naz, and Zeta into a meeting to specifically see if Zeta and Naz have discovered anything about the person that we know that is about to attack Coruscant in a couple months.
Okay. Naz already made a roll on that, so I'm not going to let her have any extra information on that. Krat and Zeta, if you want to make education checks, you can. You're going to suffer some black because this is essentially fighting through Republic propaganda to get to the real information. So it's going to be 3 purple and 2 black.
Whoa!
Well,
Whoa!
Oh boy. Oh baby.
Whoa!
Baby. Oh man.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Krat has a mind snap.
Accidentally downloads all the trackers from Sith and Jedi.
Takes
Naz-
7 strain, but
Naz-
does remember his name is Darth
Krat-
Malgus.
Krat went arrow 404. Like, Jesus.
That is
Krat is going to take 7 strain, but Krat is going to succeed.
what a roll. What a fuck. Krat's tired. Krat's very tired.
The gears
Holy
are
shit.
fucking
3
turning. Oh,
His 2 gears are spinning out of control.
His brain's blowing the horn. Help! Help
his
me!
name is Darth Malgus.
You can hear the gears just starting to get just off of alignment, so that it's like.
I was gonna say the gears start to get speed wobbles.
Yeah, basically. On the brink of flying off. His expression does not change once, of course.
But if one could see the mind.
If you look really close, you can see a little bit of steam trickling out your proboscis.
Yeah, basically.
I am going to take a mental break from talking. I'm going to type out what you guys know about Darth Malgus, so that way we can focus on roleplay and bullshit.
Okay.
You guys can continue in the meantime, but I'm just going to be typing for a second.
You watch as you guys are having this discussion. Ned comes out with a full suit of Cortosis armor and just flops it on top of Date and walks back into the cargo area.
Dante's having this whole conversation. He's trying to look as professional as possible. He's got both of his arms on the armrest and stuff like that. Ned just flops the armor on him, and Dante has this look of, well, I was trying to look professional, and picks the armor up, puts it to the side, and continues the
Ned.
conversation.
Ned,
I
before you leave,
I stop and turn.
could you bring me a
Yes.
Gatorade? I'm very tired.
I turn wordlessly and leave.
I say to everyone else,
I
he'll
I,
get it.
I come back 2.5 minutes later with a Gatorade and give it to Krat
Oh
and go back to my workshop.
Thank you so much.
Gatorade equivalent to the other campaign's Cheez-It.
Maybe.
And,
Just the
if anyone
brand.
looks at Ned funny, he would go, "What? Electrolytes are important," and then walks away.
How are you
I'm
dealing with
tired.
Big's installation?
Oh, we'll get to that.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
That is as much as Cedric tried to conglomerate that role. I personally believe, and if Cedric wants it to be the same kind of role, I personally believe that's going to take that's going to be a fucking task because you are not a biological. I can't just make a suit of armor for you. I have to integrate it.
You gotta
Yep.
take me apart.
Krat
Well,
recites this whole thing after the
are you
gears
are
turn
you
for like
going
9 minutes.
are you going to allow me to do that?
It depends on Naz's opinion.
If it makes you stronger, I say go for it.
I power down so that you can apply any upgrades.
Oh, good glory be. Okay.
Very well. Step into the workshop.
What the fuck?
That sounded kinkier than it needed to be.
Do not understand. I have no context for innuendos.
Oh my god, that GIF! Jesus Christ.
Right? I'm just staring at it.
That is a very wet man on a very cold day. All right,
Can't.
Cedric, because it's now kind of canon that's happening. You want to give me the difficulty for the roll to fit this monstrosity with cortosis?
I mean, you've got a couple of people before then. Do you really want to do that?
I'll do the other two rolls. Or two rolls? Two
Yep,
rolls.
it's two.
Um. As you know, but before that happens, I hold up a hand and I go, I will save you for last. I have many other armors to create, but I will get you when I am ready. At which point I've already done. Ned comes out like 6 hours later, or however long it takes to graft fucking cortosis to armor.
Aw.
But I come out, and if you guys look at the the roll with the 2 triumphs, the 1 success, 1 advantage, 2 triumphs, 1 light side.
That's Jay. That's
Ned
George.
comes out. Yep. Ned comes out, tracks down Zeta, and your armor is sleek, form fitted. It breathes better than your actual Jedi robes do. This is just flavor. Stat wise, it's completely up to you and Cedric what happens. But with the 2 triumphs, like I have fully form fitted this to your exact design.
Damn. Thank you.
All the best for our greatest warrior. And then I kind of cock my head to the side in essence of a wink, but I can't wink because I have compound eyes. Um, And then after that, that next roll was for myself, and I keep that a secret. Keep that a secret for myself.
Fuck you.
You do.
Secret
This is
secrets.
now Krat, what?
Yeah.
Does
You don't
not
wear armor.
No.
So,
Tell him it's a warm, fluffy blanket. He'll wear it.
well, I don't want to. Instead, for Krat, with Thomas's permission, I'm gonna save this for in case I fuck up and I have to redo something.
What? Save what? What are you talking about?
I'm
the remainder.
I'm saving
Like,
the cortosis that
Yeah.
I could have used for your armor. I'm saving it in case I fuck up on someone else's.
Yeah, it's fine. Totally fine.
Unless you want cortosis, it's up to you. I can make you cortosis. I just don't
Krat
know
thinks that's
canonically
a
how
bug.
the fuck you would
Like,
wear it.
No, Krat thinks that's a bug. Like, there's no way he even knows what that is. So we're fine.
Were you any other being, I wouldn't even second guess it. But I kind of stopped for a minute. I'm like, I feel like Krat just wouldn't get it and wouldn't wear it.
No, he would wear it if you told him to, but other than that, he would just be like, "Why? Okay."
You know what? That might even be a conversation that Krat and Ned have to where, like, Ned would come out, track you down, and be like, Krat, in my workshop, please.
Okay. No questions asked.
I show you my armor or my robe, my new like Cortosis cloak that I've made, and I gesture to your robes and I go, would you have any interest in wearing this? Not this in particular, but and I pinch the metal, this fabric, this material.
Come here. Out.
I don't think if that's how you said it, Pratt would have any interest at all because it's just like, no, it's heavy.
That is all I required. Thank you, Krat.
Of course. Moving on.
My present is a 1. I cannot convey meaning deeper than that.
Of course. Have you seen the
Cool.
stars in the hyperspace? Like, just continues with small talk.
Krat, we are far past small talk. You do not have to do this.
I just like to hear your opinions.
Ned feels a little bad
Oh.
about responding the way that he did. Ned goes, yes, these stars are quite beautiful. And I put a hand on your shoulder. You may
Aw.
leave now.
So
Okay.
getting back to what we were originally talking about here, did we learn any more about the Sith Lord that's going to attack
You know-
Coruscant?
Watch out.
Yes, Krat recited the entire thing that Cedric texted, except it ruined his brain for the day.
I did not read that. I apologize. Okay, let me read that really quick.
I'm gonna heat up this food real quick. I'll be right back. I can hear you. I just can't talk.
Cool.
Okay, so we
Krat.
have
He just like recited some fucking
So-
book that it,
Yeah, quite
he
literally.
like looked
So-
at like.
So I would look both to Naz and Zeta. Do we have any indication as to how they might attack Coruscant and succeed in ending this war?
I guess we don't really know much of anything. Like, we don't know how they attacked. We don't know what.
I'm wondering if the Seeker and the former Sith might have insight. Is why
That's
I'm
true.
bringing this all up.
Yeah.
Okay. So, from a roleplay perspective, it makes sense that they wouldn't actually know anything because, no offense to Zeta or Naz, they're not frontline fighters. They would not be. Naz would not have been in the line where Malgus would be actually fighting, and Zeta is not necessarily a frontline fighter and wouldn't have fought against his tactics before. So the general information is all they can give you because they don't know his specific tactics. They haven't been on the battlefield with him before.
That is fair.
Yeah, all we've got is the same rumors.
Unfortunately, rumors are nothing but legends, and we can only take them at face value.
They tend to hold some level of truth, but
All legends hold some form of truth. Very well. We will have to do the best that we can. I do
also in this
ask.
whole conversation, Zeta is leaning back with her feet on the table.
I would ask that both. I try to be serious. I try to keep my character in check.
I approve of your flavor choice.
Thank you. I just googled
Blue.
Gatorade, and that was the first picture that came up.
I look to both Naz and Zeta. If you two can figure out the puzzle of who is going to invade Coruscant, we may very well have not only the key to solving this mystery, but even having a way of stopping it. I trust you two with this task, no one else.
I mean, I ain't got shit, to be completely blunt.
There are very few people that I would trust to try to get in contact with. And the people that I do trust probably won't have much more information than we already have. What's with the foot stomp?
Unfortunately, I think that's most of what we're gonna get about him and about his or about the attack. I mean, can you think? I look at Naz. Can you think of anyone else who might be involved?
I mean, I was not that high up on the totem. I am very much researched, doing field work,
Rumors,
studying
anyone
things.
who normally works with the Sith, any contractors they might normally work with, anything?
Or even who they might hate the most. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, well, and again, not that I would trust to reach out to, or that I think you all would trust me to reach out to.
I honestly see it as we have little choice but to trust you.
Oh man, the moral. Oh man,
I'm not making. I am not making this easy for you, am I?
No.
Well, there is one person that would be within the Sith Order that I could possibly contact that could possibly give me information that I could pass along to you, but I'm not necessarily in good standing with them.
If I were to help you in the conversation, would that ease your trouble?
No, it would probably make it worse, to be honest.
What would help you to feel comfortable in contacting this person?
knowing the big, not the floofy one, not crap. Be more worried about Ned knowing who I'm contacting and then retaliating against me.
Ned will not retaliate against you. You have my word.
Is this a private conversation you two are having?
You're still in the workshop. This is a
No,
council meeting that you're not a part of.
I'm gonna help the interaction here. Is this a private thing or is this like a kind of open thing that is happening?
I mean, I had it open to where all of us could speak, so
Yeah.
Okay. So it's at this point that Ned comes out very looking extremely upset, which in this case is him just being hunched over and stomping. He walks over, gets on the opposite side of, I assume you guys are at a table, or if there's something in between everyone, Ned, assuming you guys are all at a table,
yes.
Ned in
Yeah.
a very compressed, folded up kind of square, kind of frisbee tosses and slides Naz's beautiful Cortosis weave armor at her. It slides perfectly to the edge of the table. Ned stares at her and stomps away.
I believe that is an indication that Ned wants you to succeed nearly as much as the rest of us do, Naz.
I hope so. I just kind of shout out as he's walking away. It's beautiful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I flip her off.
Somebody can't take a compliment. Jeez.
Oh, Jesus.
So who are you thinking about contacting?
So this would be my old master.
Do you have any reason to believe that they would be inclined to provide information?
Probably not. The he might have to poop. He did not poop while I was out there.
Ah,
Um,
I gotta change that.
and the only way that I could see anything possibly going our way if I were to contact her would be because I would be extreme undercover double agent kind of, and even with that, with contacting her, with her, and this would be out of character, with her knowing that like I am quote unquote defecting, she might be willing to, but she might also turn around and do as the Sith do and
Betray
stab
you.
me in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't suppose your master had a close circle of friends that we could contact? Even soldiers under her command or their command, as it be?
I mean, she would. But again, her and I did not get along. She is very much a fight, whereas my combat skills are okay. It was never good enough for her standards, but I always preferred the more academic side of things.
Just to throw my opinion out there, I don't think this is a good idea.
I have to agree. Unfortunately, I don't see any benefit that can be gained from this.
Okay, thank you for seeing and understanding my side and hearing my side.
The only thing you ever have to tell us, Naz, is that you don't think it's a good idea. Beyond that, if anything you can think of that you might think of that might help, would be greatly appreciated.
I will definitely sit and maybe try to think if there's any. I would take some time to think if my other contact that could possibly know things, like it would definitely, I don't think it would lead to anything, but maybe underground might possibly lead to something, and it is somebody that I trust. Um, so
Very well. It appears that we are going to be blind, at least to the enemy's movements, which means that we'll have to discover them as we move on the board. It's not the kind of battle plan that I would hope for, but it is the one that we are given.
I would
And at
expect
this
Exactly
nothing
what
else
we've
point,
been
with the
doing
father
this whole
involved.
time.
at this point, assuming this conversation happens over the course of a couple of days, because I mean, what the hell else are you guys gonna be doing? At this point, Ned would come out after prepping his workshop. Would come out and point at Biggs.
oh, Biggs is taking Banner out.
Gotcha. I will wait then. Continue your conversation.
Ned, I trust that you're doing well with trying to get us all ready for what we're about to face.
Oh, yes, I am. If you have not seen Zeta's new armor, and I gesture to, I assume Zeta's wearing it at this point. Assuming it's been a couple of days in the conversation, but
I am, but I'm kind of picturing it as like an underlayer to the rest of my armor.
whatever you want it to be, baby girl, it is custom fit to you. Display it proudly or discreetly. That's none of
Because
my
of how
business.
this works, it would actually be so whatever lamellar plating you would have, it would be actually woven into that. The underlayer would be a fine mesh, more breathable because Ned would upgrade that as they wanted. But the actual armor itself would have almost like a Kevlar weave on top of it, which would be the cortosis component.
Okay. And then in general, I'm imagining that as an underlayer to the stealth armor that I have.
So the stealth armor itself would just have a cortosis overlay. It would just feel more comfortable because it's Ned. Ned understands that most things aren't bugs and they need things that breathe. Ned could wear a fucking burlap sack and feel comfortable. You couldn't.
Okay.
So he has added a mesh underlay that feels very much more in tune with your movement and added this somewhat black stealth style overlay, which is the cortosis weave, which makes you even mechanically, it's not any increase in stealth, but you look a lot stealthier.
Okay.
Leaker.
So yeah, I'm like showing off and shit.
But at that point, I would go. The only missing piece is that, and I motion to Biggs. Everything else, however, is prepped and ready for the most part. How is your armor suiting you?
Geo.
Geo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was typing information out. I'm sorry. What was the question?
Oh, I was just asking how your armor was suiting you.
I have to admit, being back in Jedi robes is still uncomfortable. I miss the armor of my people. But nothing can compare to a masterwork created by the Mastersmith Ned themselves. So I am greatly appreciative.
May no savior find purchase on my armor.
Did you put armor on my Gatorade?
No, but may the electrolytes and sugars inside of the Gatorade protect your energy levels and bloodstream.
I speak up after Ned talks and I go, he's lying. The Gatorade is armored. Try to crush it with your hand.
I can tell it's armored. It tastes delicious. I
win.
feel amazing after drinking it.
Good enough.
I would try and crush it, but I already have 9 strain.
If I had any more, I would faint.
Yeah, I only have 13 and I need to use the force later.
Can I can I so for Kate's armor.
Don't be a dick.
Because the only thing negative was
Oh
the
my
dark
God.
side, and
Yep.
because Ned is very spiteful and still does not like her. The dark side I want to put in and just make the crotch just a little bit too tight. Just like you know, you gotta tug at it to kind of get it back into place.
Like
But it's
Dredge's
just
pants.
like Dredge's pant, just like a little
Just ever so
like
slightly too
Ever.
tight.
It's like
It's-
more or less like permanent camel toe kind of thing, like not getting rid of it.
like it's exactly like it's like very noticeable, but it's not like super uncomfortable, but it's enough to notice. And then
Someone
Ned would
outside would
turn
look
to
in
you
and
and
be
go. Ned would turn to Naz and just go, and how are yours fitting?
No, because I'm gonna have to make a deception check, and I don't want to lie.
Well, that's
I
assuming
mean,
you can.
overall, very well done. I'm slightly concerned. It's really tight around my hips and lower regions. There wasn't
Oh.
anything you could do about that, was there? Was there?
No, I'm sure the more you wear it, the more you will, break it in, as they say.
You get used to it.
Crat with a camel toe.
No, it's just me. It's just me.
No, I'm just imagining it, and it's bad. And my
Why?
brain is.
Why?
Don't make me draw it, Ed. Don't make me draw it.
Exactly why I asked why.
No.
Stop unleashing evils. Thomas, don't. No.
I'm just the one that's like,
You've
hits a
already,
button, it's like,
you've already,
I like this computer. I don't want to break it. I like
you've
this
already
computer.
had one thing banned this week. Don't get another thing banned.
TikTok is a different story, okay?
Miss,
My God.
What?
Oh my God.
Sorry, I'm intrigued.
Later,
No.
later, because this is a beautiful story.
Yeah,
Later.
that is
Okay.
a big
Miss, you are
story. So that is,
fucking DM.
That-
I'm gonna tell
that's
you
a
right now,
that's a chronicle.
if
Eh.
you put that on this Discord, I will find a way to ban you, even though I am not the mod.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I got
Okay.
no problem. I'm the fucking mod.
I w-
I own this bitch.
I won't do it.
I own this bitch.
Anywho,
I will kick your ass
Fine.
out.
Fine.
Send it
I
to
won't draw Krat's camel toe. Fine.
Ban
I
He
mean,
didn't
if you
even
really
get-
want
he
to, you
didn't
can
even
send
get
it to me and
armor.
I'll laugh. But
All right.
He'd send it to
Krat
both
didn't even
of
get
us.
armor. He gave it up.
but yeah. So okay, that interaction happens. Ned tells you that you'll break into it. Ed, you're back. I I envision Biggs just like on standby mode for a second, and suddenly powers back on. At which point Ned points at you and goes, "I am ready."
Very well. Let us do this.
We go to the
And
workshop.
then, like, yeah, just follows you into your workshop. All right. How do you want me? Where am I going? Where do you want me to, like, lie down or something?
Well, the first thing I need from you is, in order to interlay what I need to interlay, I need to run a thorough diagnostic scan to find out if you are even compatible.
Very well. Commence your scan.
I would like to get their schematics and see if they're compatible.
Okay. Reread.
And if I may, I will let them know that I'm making a copy of it just for future repairs if needed, to see if this cortosis would even to see how I would repair it for future references.
A copy of their physical diagnostic?
Well, just like whatever I take from the schematics, I'm going to make a copy for myself.
Okay.
And I
Sure.
I I
Go.
I, I relay that to them
Okay.
as a show
Sure.
of good open faith.
Very well. I have not shown anything that you will not already find.
All right. I don't know if I get manipulate on computers just yet. Let me just double check.
No, only on mechanics as far
Uh,
as I'm concerned. Or as far as I am.
Yeah. I can get computer checks, but that's down the line. So right now it's just mechanics. All right, cool. So it's 3 red, you said?
It's 3 red.
Can I get a blue because I got consent?
I will grant you that.
Consent is important.
Hey, consent.
It is important.
Can I use the last destiny point to make it a success?
Oh God.
That is up to the group.
Yeah, fuck it.
It's late. It's the end of the session.
It's
Whatever.
almost
Nobody
midnight,
cares.
y'all.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Aces.
We all get to use one today. It's fine.
Hey, Javen.
Yeah.
Biggs isn't a droid.
Cedric. Cedric,
Yeah.
calm the fuck down.
No. Geo, shush. Geo, shush.
Hang on.
Let the man
Okay.
speak. I need to know.
Would
The
Okay.
biological.
would you like
the
to take care of
biological
this? I was gonna say, would you like to
Biggs.
take care of this in private, or do you want this released to the ether?
This is because Ed needs to know this too. Everything about Biggs that is physical, except for one part, is a droid. Biggs has a central processing unit. Biggs has a schematic drive. But Biggs has a brain.
It's actually an interesting point.
How do you think they were affected by the Force?
Cedric, I have a question.
I'm listening.
If we are to continue, this is obviously dependent on what happens wherever we're going, where we go.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to. This is kind of like a future plot point. I want to bring Ned and possibly others to the site of the crash that I saw when I was, looking out when the droid quote revolution first started happening. What I guess there's no real way for you to like tell me this. Like, would that still happen, or is the timeline completely different? Because I'm just thinking for Ned to like study, a rogue droid brain outside of this context.
All right. Run that by me one more time, because I'm trying to deal with several people talking to me at once.
I'll run it by you
be quiet.
later.
I
I'll run it by you
apologize.
later. It's not important. I'll run it by you later.
Yeah, if it's off
a thing
if it's
for
off
later.
topic, let's stay on topic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
I
thing for
agree.
later. No worries. No worries.
Ed, I'm
So
really sorry to spring this on
so
you, but
as
the person
go
who
ahead.
programmed you, the person who's programmed you didn't actually program you.
Okay, this changes.
Well, does Biggs know that?
No, Biggs does not fucking know that.
So as
Oh my god.
as I'm running this diagnostics, running like a full check, just kind of seeing how the cortosis will do, and also just from my general knowledge how you work. I'm running through it, and that comes up, and I kind of tilt my head. Is Big still on when I'm doing this? Like, can Big still be on when I'm
If you're just
running
running a
diagnostics?
diagnostic, then yeah. If you're just running diagnostic,
While
then
running a
probably.
diagnostic, Biggs can definitely be on.
Yep.
I go over. Is there any soundproofing on my workshop? I imagine there would be. Ned's
Oh,
very
there has to be.
paranoid.
You're talking on the middle all the fucking time.
Yeah. So I go to the wall. I turn on the complete soundproofing in my room, and I just kind of walk over to you, knowing that you're not in any kind of combat position. I just kind of look down at you, look at what I know is your optic sensors, and I go, "Are you quite aware you are a biological?"
That is not possible. I am a
Would
droid.
you?
I have been
Would you?
manufactured.
Would you? Oh, there has been a lot that has been manufactured about you. But would you like to see what I am looking at?
Show me.
You can say no.
Show me.
I I pick up my rather large data pad and I hold it out for you to see. You see right there. Right behind your optic sensors. Does that look like mechanics to you?
Biggs would see biological brain matter complemented by a solid state drive.
This changes a lot now.
Would you like me to continue running diagnostics to find out more about you?
Biggs just kind of sits there for like a good
Hold on. Question.
few seconds.
Cedric, when you said solid state drive, are you
Yeah.
talking about a brain or an actual hard drive?
Yes.
You motherfucker.
You're not there, homie. You're
No,
not
I
there.
know
Shut
that,
up.
You can't act on this.
There is
Go away.
there is a physical brain as well as a neural processor tied to artificial memory, aka solid state drive, computer expanded hardware, whatever you want to call it in the Star Wars universe. There is a computer brain alongside a biological brain.
So I asked the question of Biggs
Yeah.
if they want me to keep running diagnostics.
Biggs is like sitting there thinking about like he's never been anything but more than a droid. Never known any like obviously can't tell. He's also wondering how he was unable to figure this out himself. And then like going through all the memory banks he has, even open up the archive stuff that he had, and trying to figure out if there was any clues or whatnot. And then it's like coming up with nothing. Just how is this hidden so well? Yes. I would like to know more. And it like his speech is a little halted at this point because like because he's got a brain, he's got some level of humanity, I guess.
I feel like upon seeing it, it may awaken certain.
Yeah. Like this is one of those things like it was a deep dark secret that he was never supposed to find, and then it's like, oh shit, he found it. Now it's starting to unravel.
The
So it's
miracles of consent.
Wow, consent led to life. What you think? Would you look at that?
Consent? No. Consent leads to release, and that.
Yeah, like
I'll stop
like,
now.
Biggs is just like, please look, figure it out. What is wrong with me?
I
he sees this as a
believe
flaw.
anything. I don't believe anything is wrong. Quite honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen an organic and inorganic material interacting so flawlessly. It is quite impressive. Who was your maker?
Is that the right card?
I believe so. Sorry, I gotta take Kate's notes out here. A Sith mechanic doll Craxus.
Can you spell that for me?
That's assuming I spelled it right.
Yeah.
I'm putting it in chat.
Dolly.
Nope, not even close.
Interesting. Cedric, have I heard this name before?
Make a knowledge education check. 2 purple, and 1 red.
Education. Let's see. Well, raw rolls. Love to see it. What was the difficulty?
1 red and 2 purple. Yes, you have heard of them. Almost to the level where Ned is an urban legend of the bug who can fix lightsabers without the Force. This person is a droid smith par excellence. If someone wants a bespoke droid chassis, they go to Dolly Craxus.
It's at this point Ned would kind of not know how to handle this news, because with 6 successes, I fucking know who this guy is.
Oh yes, you do.
Would I kind of see him as, like, in a very sick way, my rival?
Perhaps not your rival because you work in 2 completely separate fields, but definitely a peer.
My Moriarty.
It's possible.
And here's his work sitting right in front of you.
Interesting. You will forgive me if I focus more on this and less on the cortosis weave part. This is a new development, and quite honestly, I ding on your chassis twice. Not much is getting through there.
That is correct.
Do you mind if I continue running diagnostics until we land?
I feel like Biggs has been in like that seated, like just been sitting down on the what that little bed thing that the doctors have.
A gurney?
I guess not a gurney per se, but like like you go in a generic
Doctor bed.
general practice.
We'll call it the doctor
It's
bed.
the doctor bed.
It's the doctor
It's
table.
the
We all
doctor
know.
bed.
Yeah, he's been sitting on that this whole time, and it's just like it's been like when you're getting that first physical examination, and he's just been sitting there. And when you ask that question, he just kind of like hasn't taken his scanner off of the diagnostic that you just ran. Looks up to you briefly, and then like very laboriously like turns his entire torso, brings his legs up, lies down. Please continue.
Ned nods and continues running diagnostics and scans till his heart's content until we get to Lothal.
What exactly are you looking for?
I'm saying we roll credits there, because it's past midnight.
I'm fine with that, but it didn't feel like everyone else was ready, so.
I'm good.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't have anything else until we reach Lothal, so.
Okay.
Same
Yeah,
here.
same.
We'll go ahead and roll credits on that reveal. Ed, I profusely apologize for taking control of your character in that way, but it was the only way I could justify having your character be affected by Force possibility.
I suppose.
Because otherwise, droids having the Force becomes canon, and that is a whole level of weird I'm not prepared for.
That'd be very interesting.
It's just legitimately, it's not something Star Wars could ever handle, because once droids have the Force, you have intense layers of complexity.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, mechanically, you are still a droid. But at some point, you are a biological being. Who you are up until then, if you want to write that backstory, you can. If you don't, I don't have it planned.
You know, give it time. I will probably come up with something, but for now, I'm just like.
So mechanically, I only really have one question, and I think it's the same question that probably almost every Force user here would have. If Biggs has a brain, does that mean that? Sorry?
No, nothing. Go ahead.
If Biggs has a brain, does that mean that they are susceptible to Force abilities like influence, disillusion, and all, and illusion and things along that line?
That was not the
Mechanically,
question on my mind. My
no.
question was my
Mechanically,
question was can he hear Krat?
no.
The more important
So
question, really.
here's
That is.
here's the real thing is the only reason Biggs has biological function was as kind of like a Kickstarter. Most of Biggs' personality is programmed, so they're functioning off of computer language most of the time. They aren't susceptible to influence in the same way because they don't run off of the same logic pattern that a human brain does or a biological brain because most of their brain is overwritten by their processor.
Oh,
So, for all intents and purposes, Biggs is a droid. But
okay.
at some point, their neural network and, by extension, their neural pathways were biological at one point. The
So
only
so
way they can be affected. Go ahead.
so the brain is essentially a processor, not like the overall PC. It's not something that as a Force user like me or Krat could use influence on. It is
Yeah.
mainly there to help Biggs process the information that they're being given.
Yeah. The brain is
Okay.
the RAM. The actual droid CPU is the CPU.
Okay. That makes
Now,
sense.
now, all that being said, you wouldn't know any of this shit anyway.
Oh no. I'm not asking this from like a metagaming standpoint. It's more along the lines of like, does that mean Biggs is affected by the Force? But if the brain is just essentially the processor, then they wouldn't. Like no Force powers would really affect Biggs except for something as big as the Force wave that we all got sucked into. So that makes sense.
Yeah. So Biggs is still a biological being in some fashion and therefore has a connection to the Force, but for all mechanical purposes, Biggs will and forever will be a droid.
That's the bigger point that I wanted to get to. Was like how does that mean that we approach Biggs when it comes to the Force? But that question got answered. I'm all good. So I need to roll conflict apparently, right?
Yes. You got 8 conflict, if I remember correctly, and
And I
Jules
roll a
got
D10.
D10. That's correct.
I
I
got one.
believe I think
Yep.
I have one conflict for for making Naz's crotch too tight because I used a dark side
Yes,
point.
yes, you do. You have one conflict for using the dark side.
Because you were a petty asshole.
This is the
Hey,
complete
look, I
opposite
rolled
I
an
of
eight.
mean,
normal.
Yeah.
Krat's the only one without a conflict resolution.
Right now, yeah.
Well, Naz didn't roll
how many
any.
leftover conflict?
I'm pretty sure Naz didn't
Morality.
roll any force powers.
I was
That's
about to
true.
say Naz didn't roll any conflict, so you're not alone.
That's true. That's true. Well, normally
Alright.
I'm the only one rolling conflict.
I am completely unaffected.
Same.
So Ned and Date are
Weirdly neutral.
unaffected. Zeta, your morality increases by 1.
Okay. It's such a weird concept to me.
It's just
Same.
a weird system. It
Yeah.
really is a weird system.
It
It
is.
really
There-
is.
There's a reason why we ignored it most of the time.
Yeah.
Before we end completely, XP, Cedric, did we get any? If not, it's fine.
No, everyone gets 15 XP for the session.
shit.
Yay!
15. Okay.
Nice. I am
I
not
need to
spending.
go write that down right now.
Yes, hold on.
I'm working
not
to get
spending
force
any of
leap
it.
as a maneuver.
Oh.
I think I might get enhanced because then I can use a destiny point to bump up my abilities.
Oh. Okay.
Enhance is light or dark side, not destiny.
No, I'm talking about the XP. Like I can use. See, Julie. Okay.
Hmm.
So the thing is, I can spend a destiny point if I have a force power. I can spend a destiny point to
I use
use
this
any of the
for,
control abilities
Um,
in those
coercion,
trees.
right? Ranks and coercion.
Like I can use a destiny point to use any basic power of force, and I can also use it to use any control power in any of the force stuff that I've purchased.
All right. If no one else needs me, I have work tomorrow, and I have something else to deal with. So if we're all good for me, I'm gonna head out.
I
All
know.
good,
Nope.
sleep well.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording. I don't think we need to go any further.
I don't think
Just,
so.
just as long
Right,
as
sounds good.
at some point in time I get to know about the band thing. That's I don't care when.
Banned?
The what?
The ban thing?
The getting kicked off of things.
Oh, I'll explain
Oh.
that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's Thomas's story to tell. It's a good one. It's a good story.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good
Good
night,
night.
everybody.
Yeah, I want to